professional. The endless gray fog hung silently before a light scraping noise on the bronze table sounded. Klein changed his seating posture and began placing more weight on the details regarding the evil spirit. He was more and more convinced that Miss Sharon and himself had neglected the possibility of something happening to Rafter Pound. This is a beyonder power of the Red Priest pathway, conspiracist. Furthermore, this is even closer to a common fraud. There's only the use of supernatural powers in the details. Therefore, even if I had arrived at the mysterious space above the gray fog, I would passively have my senses fooled. I would have only discovered the problem by proactively considering and analyzing the situation. If it wasn't for Mr. Azik, who knew of the evil spirit suspected to be the dead Red Angel Medici, I wouldn't have realized this problem. Nor would I have hired Miss Magician to seek out any abnormalities on William Street. After a few minutes of contemplation, Klein conjured a pen and paper, preparing to use divination to confirm his theories. After deliberating for a moment, he finally penned the sentence for the dream divination. Baronet Rafter Pound's current situation. After putting down his dark red fountain pen, Klein held the piece of paper with the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He first recalled the information he had regarding Rafter Pound before closing his eyes, chanting silently and entering cogitation. Klein's thoughts rapidly calmed down as he quickly entered a dream state. In a gray world, disconnected scenes flashed past, before finally fixating on Unit 29 on Civilayo Street. Inside the warm activity room, Rafter Pound was dressed in cotton pajamas, holding a wine cup with red liquid. He was standing silently by the window, looking at Backlund Police Station headquarters, diagonally across the street. This baronet had gray sideburns and puffy eye sockets that were tainted with blackish-green colors. The wrinkles on his forehead and the corners of his eyes and mouth were so pronounced that it exceeded what someone in his 40s should look like. His pupils weren't dilated in a very serious manner, but they were abnormal. His cheeks were flushed red as he had a furtive smile. He looked slightly abnormal compared to the last time Klein met him. Indeed, something is wrong with him. Klein left the dream and began considering how he could deal with the evil spirit. Without a doubt, he had his usual train of thought for such matters. Under the situation where he was unable to contact Miss Sharon, his first reaction was to report the matter. But how should it be reported? Klein considered it seriously and conjured the world's figure and made him pray. Through a reliable channel, pass this information to the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. The information is: high-level spies from Faysac and Intais are gathered at William Street for unknown motives. Reward of £100. This was the explanation Klein thought of after repeated consideration. Directly revealing the King of Angels, Red Priest, the Medici family, or the Tudor dynasty's ruin, would indeed garner the attention of the churches and military. But it would also easily make Miss Magician, who reported the matter, to be targeted by the official organizations. There were huge risks involved. Not only was using high-level spies from Faysac and Intais are gathered at William Street, relatively milder, something which ordinary Beyonders had a chance of noticing, but it was also something that would make the churches and the military wary. They would send out the corresponding experts to employ the most effective methods. As for the subsequent fruits of the investigations, it was all thanks to their contributions, and had nothing to do with the reporting party. Klein had considered getting Mr. Azik to help, but he ultimately chose to abandon the thought. This was because the evil spirit was suspected to be a king of angels, and was very dangerous. Mr. Azik, who was still in the stage of recovering, might not be able to deal with it. After some thought, Klein turned the conjured scene into a stream of light and transmitted it to the Crimson Star, representing the magician. Backland, Cherwood Borough. When Fours received the response from Mr. World, she was taken aback. "Those are high-level spies from Faceac and Intis?" she exclaimed to herself, believing that there was no way she could have inferred something like that with the information she had provided. However, she quickly felt at ease, believing that the reason why Mr. World had suspicions of abnormalities in William Street was precisely because he had received the corresponding intel of high-level spies. Once he confirmed the appearances of people from Faceac and Intis, it was easy for him to make such a conclusion. Pass this information to the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. Isn't that a euphemistic way of saying report? Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch from the sideline, or I'm sure a great show would unfold. Force wasn't a stranger to reporting matters. After all, her housemate and good friend was a bounty hunter. She quickly had an idea, deciding to hand the matter of reporting the intel to the experienced Shio. When she came out of the bedroom, she saw Shio sitting on a sofa. She was flipping through documents about her target, raising her hand to grab at her messy blonde hair from time to time and appearing extremely serious. Fours casually picked up an item to embellish her motives and came over to the sofa. She handed over the item. "Here, have a piece of cake." Shio glanced at the cake slathered with a layer of cream. Without losing focus, she raised her hand to grab it. At this moment, Force flipped her wrist, and the cake in her palm had turned into a golden decorative flower. "Surprised?" she asked with a smile. Shio couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Stop your performance. I prefer food. All right, I have a matter for you to do. 70 pounds. Force smiled as she sat down. After first dealing with the evil spirits matter, Klein returned to the real world and held a ritual in passing. He brought the radio transceiver, which had been placed above the gray fog for several days, back to his first-class master bedroom. He lay in bed and used cogitation to recover his energy until he was awoken by the tapping sounds. When Klein opened his eyes, the crimson moonlight had already shone in, blanketing the dim room like a veil, as well as the radio transceiver, which was automatically spewing out illusory white paper. This really feels like a horror film. A shame it's connected to a magic mirror without any moral integrity or bottom line. Klein sat up and walked over. He saw lines of Loanese on the illusory white paper. "Honorable existence above the spirit world. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has arrived and would like to greet you. Do you have something you would like to test me on? Look at this, look. This is what I call smooth talking. This is what a professional is like." In that instant, Klein really wished to pull Darkwheel into the room to witness the magic mirror's art of communication. I clearly have questions to ask it, but it becomes a situation of me testing it. And it even threw in a question? Klein controlled the curling of his mouth as he replied in a deep voice, "Yes. Please speak. The ignorant and limited Rhodes is ready." Amidst the tapping sounds, the illusory paper no longer produced Loanese, but instead produced a fawning smiley face. This is already the emergence of emoticons. This fellow evolves really quickly. Klein directly asked, "Where can I obtain a mystical item which can steal the beyonder powers of others?" The tapping sounds suddenly became intense as the illusory white paper quickly produced scenes like a screenshot from a movie. There were places which Klein was familiar with, such as Tingen City's St. Selena Cathedral's Chanis Gate, the black-haired, green-eyed, handsome poet, Leonard Mitchell, a middle-aged man who sat on a sofa smiling at the noble ladies opposite him, and a young, arrogant lady who was loitering in the sewers. There were a total of 12 scenes, and finally a line of Loanese text appeared. These are the ones that you can easily or conveniently acquire one from. There are a lot more, but they are either very complicated or troublesome, or they range at the highest levels which I cannot see clearly. Not bad. He actually know to help me filter. This is a fantasy and mystical version of Google. Klein gently nodded and said, despite knowing the answer, "It's your turn to ask." "You have already answered." Amidst the tapping, a Rhodes's unsurprising answer appeared on the illusory white paper. Klein chuckled inwardly and asked, "Where will Leonard Mitchell be staying for the time being?" The tapping sounds became intense again as one scene after another appeared before Klein's eyes. It was a famous landmark in Backland, a towering Gothic bell tower with a bell of order hanging above. There was a road sign on the road with the words Pinster Street. It was Unit 7 along a row of terrace houses. In it there was the extremely suave Leonard Mitchell, wearing a black coat and red gloves. He was Klein's poet friend who was reading through the dossiers of Lanavus and Capim. "This fellow is in Backlund, and he's investigating the Lanavus and Capim cases. What the hell?" The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he carefully thought of the clues he left behind in those two cases. The only clue is that Detective Sherlock Moriarty is involved in the two cases. If Leonard enters Daisy's dream, he should discover this point. But I already kept a beard and had a pretty good disguise back then. It's unlikely that he can recognize me in the rather blurry scene in the dream and portraits. As long as he doesn't recognize me, it doesn't matter. What has problems with Sherlock Moriarty have to do with me, Gehrman Sparrow? Klein retracted his thoughts and memorized Leonard Mitchell's current residence. 7 Pinster Street, Backland. He planned on entrusting the Moon Emlyn White to visit Leonard Mitchell the day after tomorrow and use the badge of the Hermits of Fate to purchase a mystical item. I hope my dear poet friend has additional items to spare. If not, the price will definitely be at a premium. Klein tersely answered and said to the radio transceiver, "It's your turn to ask." He was honestly curious as to what Aradis would ask this time. Amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out new illusory paper. On it was a question composed in Lowenese. "Great Master, Leonard Mitchell has a huge secret. Do you wish to know?" This can also be considered a question. Klein raised his head in amusement and surprise as he looked at the crimson moon which was silently illuminating the dark sea. Soon, he honestly gave an answer. "Yes." Chapter 609. Paying a Visit. Amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out a brand new piece of illusory white paper under the crimson moonlight in the dim environment. Inside, Leonard Mitchell resides an angel from the Zoroast family. He once changed my question. Angel. There's an angel residing in Leonard's body. An angel from the 4th Epoch's Zoroast family. Although Klein was mentally prepared to hear an incredible secret, he was still shocked by what a Rhodes divulged. He was deeply concerned and surprised as well. An angel referred to Beyonders at sequence 1 or 2, making them rather close to the state of a true god. They had all sorts of mystical characteristics, and they could even influence low-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway to a certain extent and range. They were mighty figures who stood at the pinnacle of the real world. In the various churches, only their popes, pontiffs, chief shepherds, as well as certain legendary ascetics were grounded angels. Therefore, Klein believed that being latched onto by a parasite of this level wasn't a good thing. In the dark 2nd Epoch, the angels all had their divine names, and they were subsidiaries to the ancient gods. I haven't indirectly or directly interacted with many angels. Blasphemer Amen, Calamity Queen Kohinem, the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici, Tail Devourer Ouroboros, as described by Little Sun, Miracle Invoker Zaratul from Roselle's diaries, son of the Creator, Adam, Hermes, who cannot be confirmed if he's an angel or not, Snake of Fate, Will Osseptin, who's still inside his mother's womb. Apart from the last two, the others appear to be very evil. Even the words they leave behind might make the reader go crazy or lose control. Would my dear poet ultimately end up as a sacrificial item of this angel parasite? This can explain why he thinks of himself as the protagonist of a play, the special one, and he was willing to help me hide my secret. The Zoroast family is in control of the Marauder pathway, which is the pathway that can steal the Beyonder powers of others. That's why Leonard was able to find and participate in the gathering of the Hermits of Fate. It's no wonder he offered to use Blood Vessel Thief. It's because he has a Grandpa One to help him. He was able to instantly steal Megarzi's most potent power. What Hermits of Fate. They're just a bunch of thieves and frauds. At best, the target of their theft and fraud is that of time and fate. In short, my dear poet's grandpa isn't a good person. I have to find a chance to warn him. But here comes the problem. They're always together. Any warning will only expedite the problem. Klein's thoughts raced, but he ultimately failed to come up with an option he can act upon. All he could do was temporarily shelve the matter and plan on asking Mr. Ozick and Snake of Mercury, Will Auyeptin, to see if they had any solutions. In those few minutes, he even thought of using Blasphemer Amon. To put it simply, it was to divulge information to the son of the Creator that the angel from the Zoroast family was residing in Leonard Mitchell's body, getting him to eat up the parasite. According to what Klein knew, the Amon family supported the Tudor Empire during the Fourth Epoch, while the Zoroast family belonged to the Solomon Empire, making the two enemies. Furthermore, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics, conservation, powerhouses from the same pathway would have greater conflicts the higher their sequence was. This was akin to the battle between the two Snakes of Mercury. Unfortunately, this solution was restricted by reality and was ultimately abandoned by Klein. This was because he didn't know where to find Blasphemer Amon. Secondly, he was afraid that the battle at the level of angels would directly destroy Leonard Mitchell. And thirdly, a powerful Amon might be a very bad and serious matter. I'll first get Emlyn to attempt the transaction and observe the actual situation. I can decide on what to do when I know more. Klein retracted his thoughts and said to the radio transceiver, which was connected to a Rhodes, "Ask your question." The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker as the illusory white paper was gently spewed out. "No, there's no need. This is an addendum to my question which doesn't need to abide by the rules. Great Master, I sense a special item outside your room, but I am unable to see through it. Can you tell me what it is? This magic mirror is impressive. It seems to be able to see everything. It just suffers from interference when it deals with high-level matters, as though there's a mosaic." Klein calmly replied, "Die of probability." Amidst the taping sounds, Arodis presented new words on the illusory piece of white paper. "So it's that thing. Great Master, you can ask your question." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "What do you have to mention regarding the die of probability?" At this point in time, the radio transceiver seemed to brighten up and no longer looked as gloomy as before. The speed at which illusory white paper spewed out slowed down. "It's a fellow that's especially petty and bears grudges. Master, you have to quickly give it to someone else. It's an item formed from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune. You can give it to any other Snake of Fate, and they will be very grateful. In short, it's not suitable to be your servant. The aura is dissipating. Your loyal and humble servant Arades has no choice but to leave. Finally, let me praise you once again, my great master, the ruler above the spirit world. Bye-bye, Tilda. Uniqueness. The die of probability is actually the uniqueness of the monster pathway. This is the first time I'm encountering a so-called uniqueness. It really is terrifying that can digitize the entire real world. The monster pathway is also called the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Sequence 0 is the Wheel of Fortune. Klein looked at the radio transceiver, which had returned to normal, and he temporarily reined in his thoughts. He didn't harbor any greed towards the die of probability. This was because it wasn't part of the seer pathway, and it came with extremely terrifying negative side effects. He was also afraid that, with time, this die which bore grudges would attract Tail Devourer Ouroboros over. Even if this thing can be isolated and sealed when placed above the gray fog, there's a high chance of it digitizing the entire mysterious space. In the future, the tarot gatherings might end up becoming a tabletop role-playing game. Klein had never come into contact with items of this level before, so he was unable to determine what would happen if he were to throw the die of probability above the gray fog. He decided to continue intimidating the die, and he would successfully send it to Oravi Island, where there would be Life School of Thought members who had the means to seal it. As for the problem of the mission exceeding the payment he would receive, he didn't mind it. This was because the greatest benefit he would gain was the friendship of the Snake of Fate, Will Alseptin. Backland, Harvest Church. Emlyn White held a strange badge which was the size of an eyeball, and chuckled inwardly. The world sure is long-winded. Isn't it just finding a nighthawk named Leonard Mitchell at Pinster Street in Northborough? He even specially emphasized that the person has a secret, and that there's a high chance of me being pulled into a dream. This is showing doubt in my abilities. Emlyn stood up and changed into a tailcoat and white shirt. He then turned his head to look out the window. He has a secret, while I have mine. I dare bet that Lord Nibs or other earls are secretly watching me. If anything were to happen, they will definitely provide me with help to a certain degree. Being pulled into a dream. Emlyn contemplated for a few seconds before using the materials which were rich in spirituality to concoct a blue medicine. Putting away the bottle and medicine, he picked up a silk top hat and walked out of the break room. After bidding farewell to Bishop Utravsky, he left the Harvest Church. It was still morning, but Backland's sky was gloomy. There was a faint fog that spread like water. Emlyn squinted his eyes and wore his hat, murmuring to himself, "The sunlight is a little blinding." He hailed a rental carriage and went straight for the steam metro station. He spent 6 pence on a first-class ticket to Northborough. This saved him a lot more time than heading straight there. About 40 minutes later, he arrived at his destination and stood outside the door of 7 Pinster Street. Emlyn politely rang the doorbell and patiently waited for a minute. Just as he was about to write a note and stuff it into the hole beneath the door to schedule a better time for a visit, he suddenly heard languid footsteps approaching. Doesn't sound like a servant. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly and took out the medicine he had concocted in advance and cleanly drank it. Then he watched the door open and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man appear before him. He was dressed in home-wear, a white shirt and black trousers. His shirt was untucked, allowing it to flutter gently in the wind. Amidst his suaveness were hints of uninhibited freedom. Although he's a believer of Evernight, I have to say that his looks are barely comparable to us sanguine. Emlyn took off his hat and gently raised his chin. "Good morning. Are you Mr. Leonard Mitchell?" Leonard frowned indiscernibly as he looked at the handsome, red-eyed gentleman. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and indifferently yawned. "You are?" "A visitor. I have something I would like to seek your help on." Emlyn didn't reveal his identity as he smiled, with a rather obvious arrogance. This attitude gave Leonard a baffling sense of familiarity. It was as though he had seen his former self, the person who always thought of himself as being the most special, the protagonist of this era. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm only an ordinary citizen. I do not accept missions. If you have any issues, then you can find a private detective." Emlyn White smiled and said, "This matter is something only you can complete." He looked to his sides and continued, "I wish to purchase a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others." Leonard's eyes focused as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" At this moment, Emlyn didn't immediately answer. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and clicked his tongue with a smile. "Impressive. I nearly failed to realize that I had been pulled into a dream." He wasn't in a rush to leave as he took out the small badge he received from the world in front of Leonard Mitchell's solemn expression. Leonard took a glance as his expression eased slightly. He cocked his head slightly and paused for a few seconds. Silently, Emlyn White saw the scene around him rapidly shatter and vanish like shattering glass. Leonard sneered and pointed inside the house. "Let's talk inside." Chapter 610, Throwing the Die. Upon hearing Leonard Mitchell's invitation, Emlyn didn't show any fear. He held his top hat and wore a subtle smile before entering the house without any qualms. He didn't take off his coat, as a potions professor often brought several supplementary items. It wouldn't look pleasant once the concealment of these items was gone. Emlyn sat down with his starched tailcoat, leaning back into the support as he leisurely said, "Actually, there's no need to go through the trouble. If you have it, name the price. Otherwise, just frankly say so. Of course, I'm very certain you have one." He chuckled as his bright red eyes reflected Leonard Mitchell's figure that didn't mind the tidiness of his get-up. "The feeling of me knowing you have a secret, with you not knowing anything about me, left Emlyn extremely pleased as he felt a strong sense of superiority." Leonard used his fingers to comb his raven-black hair and casually sat on the chair opposite Emlyn. He didn't show any panic or puzzlement as he said with a smile, "At the very least, I need to know who wants it. Perhaps it's me, or perhaps it's my friend." Emlyn tipped his chin as he smiled gently. Leonard squinted his eyes as he cocked his head as though in thought. Finally, he laughed. "All right. Since you've already taken out that badge, I'll answer you frankly. I do have a mystical item that can be used to steal the beyonder powers of others. But I only have that one item. If you wish to buy it, 7,000 pounds. No negotiation." 7,000 pounds? A mystical item of this kind is that expensive? Although he didn't have to pay for it, Emlyn was still shocked. He nearly failed to maintain his bearing as a sanguine. He automatically converted how much money that could be used to exchange for dolls and doll dresses. After 2 seconds of thought, Emlyn revealed a smile and said, "I'll consider it. I'll answer you in 2 days." "Sure." Leonard curled the corners of his lips. After leaving 7 Pinster Street, Emlyn hired a rental carriage as though nothing had happened as he headed for the steam metro station in Northborough, before heading back to the bridge at Southborough. Taking off his hat, he looked back at the street, which had carriages and pedestrians passing through. Emlyn chuckled and took a step into the Harvest Church. In between a tree and a black street lamp, an inconspicuous shadow suddenly moved, revealing the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. His appearance was silent, but it didn't garner the attention of any pedestrians. Someone from the Church of Earth Mother. Leonard frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He paused for 2 seconds before leaving Rose Street, where the Harvest Church was situated. £7,000. Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Above the grey fog, Klein, who had received the feedback from Emlyn, nearly blurted out. As Germain Sparrow, he had previously said something similar, but the two situations and the mood was completely different. Using the bounty of the Golden Dream's third mate, Flowery Bowtie Yoderson, as a reference, Klein inferred that a similar mystical item was worth about £5,000. Even if there was a premium, it would have maxed out at £6,000. Who knew that Leonard Mitchell would directly ask for £7,000? Could it be an item left behind from a high-sequence Beyonder, making the act of stealing Beyonder powers just one of its effects? No. If that's really the case, the price would start from £10,000. My dear poet, why didn't I know you as a profiteering merchant? You clearly exhibit a free and easy demeanor and showed no interest in money. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Since he had a clue and saw a glimmer of hope, and how it was something that could be resolved with money, Klein didn't wish to seek out other channels to prevent any mishaps from happening. He quickly calculated his wealth and discovered that it was an acceptable price. Including the £300 advance from the apothecary, the £5,400 bounty from Wormtongue, and the cash I got from the bodies, and subtracting the £200 to be paid to Miss Magician, I have a total of £12,767 in cash, and 5 gold coins. This isn't including my 3 solii and 8 pence in change. In addition, Miss Justice will pay the £2,000 she owes me before the end of the week, as well as the £1,800 for the psychiatrist characteristic. I'm actually richer than I thought I was. Even in Backlund, I can be considered a tycoon. Klein inhaled and didn't hesitate any further. He made the cash fly out from the junk pile and land on the table. He carefully counted £7,500 in cash and placed them aside, £7,000 for the mystical item, and £500 for Emlyn's hazardous pay. Sigh, after going through all the effort to go past 10,000, more than half of it will be gone in an instant. Klein conjured the world and made him pose in a praying manner to inform Emlyn that there were no problems with going through with the transaction. 15 minutes later, a ritual was to be held to receive the bestowment from Mr. Fool. In addition, Klein also made the world warn Emlyn to not be in a rush to complete the deal after getting the cash. He had to wait until tomorrow. This was because he was afraid that the angel from the Zoroast family inside Leonard Mitchell would sense the grey fog's aura on the cash. He wanted an airing process, just like back when he gave Emlyn the badge. 15 minutes later, Klein glanced at the cash pile, which had shrunk by more than half, and sighed before returning to the real world. It was already 10:40 on a Friday. They were about 8 hours from Moravi Island. It's time to intimidate the die of probability again, Klein muttered, held the ritual, and brought out the iron cigar case which contained the all-black eye. He guessed that Darkwill would suspect something, so he deliberately brought the die to the washroom to deal with it. Seeing the die of probability calm down once again, Klein quickly dealt with the all-black eye and the iron cigar case. After heaving a long sigh of relief, he did a silent count of the time. It should be enough to last until Darkwill hands it to the contact. There's no need to deal with it again. With this in mind, Klein began to consider another problem with a certain degree of concern. The all-black eye has appeared in front of the true creator before, and it has his mental corruption. To take it out once every few hours might cause him to lock onto me, allowing him to send powerhouses to seek me out. However, it was only 1 or 2 minutes each time, so the problem isn't that serious. Even if he senses it, Their estimate of the area wouldn't be too precise. Sigh, when it involves the true creator, there's no way to determine things with divination. I can only raise my guard. Thankfully, this is the last time, and it will take only about 8 hours to reach our destination. Why am I raising flags for myself? Pui, pui, pui. I wasn't thinking of anything. Klein picked up the die of probability and returned to the living room and saw the chubby apothecary slumped on the reclining chair, looking completely exhausted. As for the owl, Harry, it looked like it was brimming with energy, as though it didn't need any rest. These are the different traits that different creatures gain from taking the same potion. At the very least, Miss Justice has never mentioned that she doesn't need sleep. It's a uniqueness that comes about because of an owl's biological makeup? Sigh, I don't know much about owls. Indeed, I'm just a keyboard warrior who is only a jack of all trades. Klein sat on the sofa and placed the milky white die into the ring box and patiently waited for evening to arrive when the ship was scheduled to dock. Time ticked by as the sun gradually set in the west. At this point in time, Klein, who had his eyes closed, suddenly sat up, having sensed an extreme danger befall the area. It had exceeded a seer's spiritual intuition and the clown's intuition for danger. It seemed to stem from the formless gray fog which strangely rippled around him. An enemy, tail devourer Ouroboros, or the Aurora Order's saint. Klein opened his eyes as he began considering countermeasures with an abnormally serious expression. Yeah, any mistake in a time such as this would require him to consider matters of being resurrected. As for Darkwill and Harry, there was absolutely no way for them to be spared. In the beginning, he hoped that the visitor could only vaguely sense a general area and might not find him or the die of probability. However, when he considered how he was on a ship with no one around on the sea, it wasn't too hard to lock onto a target. The problems would only become worse when that happened, with giving up being the only choice. Above the liner, space was suddenly torn open as an invisible door filled with complicated symbols appeared. Two pale hands reached out from the door and suddenly pulled backwards, allowing his entire body to walk out. He wore a black bonnet and a classic dark robe, a favorite among elders. However, he didn't look past 40. His brown hair was slightly curled, which seemed abnormally hard. Countless illusory images darted across his dark eyes, as though layers after layer of chaotic worlds were hidden within. As Klein's sense of danger intensified, just the change in his expression frightened Darkwill and Harry enough for them to freeze. He didn't hesitate as he followed the plans he had made for such situations. He leaned forward and picked up the die of probability. Determine the outcome of the malefic visitor who just arrived. I want 1 point, Klein said in a deep and soft voice, and he threw out the milky white die. He subconsciously prayed to the goddess, hoping that the die, which had recently been intimidated, was obedient enough and played a meaningful role. Meanwhile, he appeared extremely calm, to prevent the die from sensing his anxiety and take the opportunity to cause trouble. As the die of probability rolled several times while producing clinking sounds, it fixed at the blood-red 1 point. Above the liner, the black-robed man, who didn't look 40, had the entire liner reflected within his eyes. He emanated his spirituality and scanned the surroundings. He extended his hand to grab the space in front of him as he suddenly pulled a nearly invisible door. The powerhouse stepped in and vanished from the spot. Inside the first-class cabin, Klein immediately felt the danger distancing itself from him. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the die of probability on the coffee table and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this die didn't have such a negative side effect and could be utilized to its full extent, it would be a divine artifact. as expected of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, as expected of the uniqueness of the monster pathway. Only at this point in time did Darkwill find his courage again as he carefully asked, "What just happened?" Klein maintained his posture and calmly replied, "There's no need for you to know." "Oh, I understand. The more I know, the greater the danger I'll be in." Darkwill wiped the cold sweat from his face. "There weren't any more accidents in the next few hours. After the sun went below the horizon and the sky became completely dark, Klein finally saw a towering lighthouse appear, not too far away. Chapter 611. Fate Councilor. Oravi was situated northeast of the Rorstead archipelago. Oh, the straight line distance wasn't too great, but the safe sea route had required ships to take many twists and turns, causing the distance traveled to increase by several hundred nautical miles. It was originally a primitive island that harbored many kinds of beyonder creatures without any humans inhabiting it. After the hunting era came to an end, the Lowen Kingdom banished certain criminals there, causing Oravi Island to gradually have villagers and towns. When more eastern islands were discovered and colonized, the area attracted many new immigrants due to the convenience of the sea route and its rich natural resources, making it a rather thriving port city. The light from the lighthouse tower appeared so warm in the dark environment, as it led liners towards the harbor for them to dock. "We finally arrived. My gratitude to the Crimson Moon and fate for blessing me." Darkwill jumped off the last gangway and stepped onto solid, cemented ground. "To be precise, apart from fate, you should thank the Fool and Sea God for their blessings." Klein held his leather suitcase with one hand as he tapped his cane. Darkwill properly put away the ring box, which contained the die of probability, and he didn't delay in asking where the bellman, Carnot, stayed. He rented a carriage and went straight for St. Draco Cathedral. He then entered the magnificent bell tower, which boldly used the colors of red, blue, and yellow. Inside the bell tower, Carnot had a cramped room he could call his own. Knock, knock, knock. Darkwill knocked on the door thrice, eager to hand over the item on his person. With a creak, the brown wooden door opened, and out came a large man who was slightly hunched. He looked to be in his 40s, and individually there was nothing strange about his facial features. But when put together, it was filled with an unharmonious vibe. Klein only took a glance and discovered that his eyes weren't leveled, his nostrils were of different sizes, and his left facial muscles were slightly loose, causing the corner of his mouth to droop slightly. It was the complete opposite for the right side of his face. Carnot's legs were obviously of different lengths, and one of his arms was thick, while the other was thin. His entire body was highly disproportional, making him extremely ugly. "Who are you?" Dressed in a black robe, Carnot glanced at the duo. "Are you the bellman, Carnot?" Darkwill asked cautiously. Carnot chuckled with one corner of his mouth raised while the other stayed low. "There shouldn't be a second person as ugly as me." "Indeed." Darkwill nodded very honestly before laughing. "I can tell that you have quite a good state of mind. To be honest, looks don't matter for a man. What's important is their skills in bed." "That's because you haven't seen ladies who only have fetishes for good looks." Having experienced the era of celebrities of the masses, Klein scoffed from the side. Carnot's expression darkened as he said, "I don't wish to discuss such matters." "You have problems in that area?" "No problem. I have different kinds of medicine that can treat all your problems." Before Darkwill finished his sentence, Klein took a step forward, afraid that he would end up being beaten to death. He put half his body between them as he said in a deep voice, "He's Roy King's student." I figured. Roy King once described his traits. Carnot made way and invited the two in. His room was extremely tiny, with only a single bed and a cabinet which could be used as a dining table. The washroom was at the bottom of the bell tower. Darkwill pulled out a ring box and handed it to Carnot as he forced a smile. "My teacher got me to hand this item to you." Carnot stole a glance at it and was clearly relieved to see 4 points. He said to Darkwill, "You aren't as unreliable as your teacher described you to be. I can tell that you didn't attempt to use it. That would have awoken it and make it realize that it's no longer sealed." The chubby apothecary's face blushed red as he honestly said, "That's because it's relatively quiet now. In another 1 to 2 hours, it will automatically roll itself. It's best you think of a method to seal it again." Carnot's face twitched. "Oh, again?" "Well, I accidentally dropped it on the ground, and then it came alive." Darkwill wanted to glance at his owl, Harry, but he realized that it hadn't followed him in. It was perched outside the bell tower to serve as a sentry. Carnot's eyes clearly widened as his hunched back nearly straightened. "How did you arrive here?" From his point of view, Roy King's student should have long died at the whims of the die. Darkwill hurriedly pointed to Garamond Sparrow and said, "It's all thanks to this gentleman. He's a powerful adventurer. He provided the most effective protection and a temporary method of sealing the die." "What method was it?" Carnot blurted out the question. Klein laughed and replied, "Trade secret." Carnot's expression changed a few times as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "I thank you for your help on behalf of my organization." Darkwill continued. "Hiring him costs 1,000 pounds and a request. The request is to help him find a mystical items with powerful offensive traits, but without very serious negative side effects. He will purchase it at a reasonable price." I only had about 300 pounds, so that was all I could pay. I'll have to rely on you to pay the rest." Carnot fell silent as the corners of his lips twitched. "I only have about 100 pounds. Suddenly there was silence in the bellman's room. The wind from outside blew through the cracks and brushed across the 3 men's face. Finally, Carnot spoke again. "Perhaps Councilor Ricciardo has the money. I'll lead you to him. From the looks of it, he trusts us. After all, a fate councillor is in no way comparable to a die of probability. If there were really problems with us, there would be no need for us to bring the die over to prevent any accidents and snatch away the uniqueness." Klein watched as Carnot picked up a lantern from the corner of the room. At this moment, he secret-activated his spirit vision and simply scanned the man. Klein nearly pricked up his brows with the sight. This was because Carnot's aura colors were rather unique. There were no problems with his emotional colors, as they were very ordinary. However, his ether body, which represented his body, appeared unnatural. His heart was green, his head was purple, and his digestive system was yellow. It felt like they were different parts which were mashed together in great disharmony. At the same time, Carnot's soul also gave the same feeling. A monster that was stitched up internally. Klein made a rough judgment based on what he knew. After Carnot got the lantern, he turned his head to glance at the adventurer, Garamond Sparrow, and said without much of an expression, "I'm very sensitive to spirit vision. I believe you have noticed certain problems. I'm not a naturally born person. I'm a product of the Church of Earth Mother's attempts to refine the human body. I'm considered a failed specimen, which is why I do not have the ability in that aspect." His final sentence was directed at Darkwill. Carnot didn't speak again as he carried the lantern and donned a black robe. He hunched his huge body and used the dim light to walk down the stairs of the dark and silent bell tower, product of the Church of Earth. Mother's attempts to refine the human body, but St. Draco Cathedral belongs to the Church of Storms. Since it's a failed specimen, no attention is paid to it. Carnot turned his back on the Church of Earth Mother and became a member of the Life School of Thought. This is understandable. Both the Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought hold the apothecary pathway, and they will definitely have some overlapping. But why would the Life School of Thought send this fellow, that doesn't seem simple to be a bellman, to the Church of Storms? Is it just a normal disguise, or there's a particular connection between the two? Klein followed Carnot in a seemingly calm manner as he walked out the bell tower and circled round to a stone bridge. Just as he came close to the left side of the bridge, Klein suddenly felt something as he looked diagonally upwards. The owl, Harry, had flown out as well and landed on a tree branch. "Catcha!" The branch suddenly snapped as Harry plummeted. With great difficulty did it fly up again without falling to the ground. Dark Will was just about to say something when Carnot explained in a deep voice, "Councilor Ricciardo is injured, so his powers are somewhat out of control. Once anyone enters a specific range, they will be tainted with bad luck." Carnot stopped in his footsteps as he threw the ring box containing the die under the bridge. "Mr. Councilor, Roy King's student has delivered the die." "Very good." A hoarse voice sounded from deep within the bridge's belly. A silver-scaled palm reached out from the darkness as he held down the ring box, which had fallen onto the mud. Following that, he opened the ring box and took out the milky white die. His other hand, which was covered in silver scales, also reached out as he held a piece of a paper-like item made of leather. The item resembled a water pipe, but its ends were connected. It revealed a grayish-white color under the crimson moonlight. Its surface had many complicated symbols and labels, as well as many words in Hermes text, which pointed to the snake of Mercury, Will Auceptin. Fate. Councilor Ricciardo pulled the item apart and stuffed the die of probability into it before connecting the two ends together. Using fate at a small scale to seal the die of probability with periodic boundary conditions, making it remain in a perpetual state of slumber or calm. Indeed, Snake of Mercury Will Auceptin had foreseen such a situation and had made certain preparations. Klein retracted his gaze in relief, and he heard Ricciardo's hoarse voice. "I already know of your agreement, Mr. Gairman Sparrow. I will help you find the mystical item after I've recovered. As for the 700 pounds, I'll immediately augment you with good luck. Go to the few casinos in Oravi and make some bets, and you'll receive the corresponding reward. Remember, do not win more than 200 pounds at each casino. You must not win more than 700 pounds in total. Which is to say that you don't have the money either. Seeing how you're hiding while injured, it's considered normal not to have money with you." Klein nodded indiscernibly and said, "Okay." He waited for about 10 seconds without sensing anything. Councilor Ricciardo heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You have become sufficiently lucky." "Is that so?" Klein chose to believe him and didn't disturb Darkwill's report to a senior of how his teacher had been imprisoned. Based on Carnot's introduction, he found a nearby casino and sat at the blackjack table. After about 10 minutes, he walked out of the casino with a blank look. Not only did he not win money, but he had lost a total of 30 pounds. What happened to the good luck? Why did I believe him? That darn old man is terrible. Klein didn't hesitate to return to the stone bridge and approached its belly. "That fast? You have pretty good luck." Ricciardo laughed as he coughed under the dark bridge. At that moment, Dark Will and Harry had already found a nearby inn to live in. Klein replied without a change in expression. I lost. Lost? Ricciardo ruminated over the word and couldn't formulate a sentence for quite a long period of time. In the dark environment, an ordinary owl nervously flew over. Chapter 6, 112, in hand. The two street lamps on either side of the stone bridge silently illuminated the street, but they were unable to disperse the darkness beneath. Only the crimson moonlight from high above could barely illuminate the brown soil. Hidden under the bridge, Fate Councilor Ricciardo remained silent for quite a while, making Klein suspect whether he had already passed away due to his heavy injuries. He guessed that a large reason as to why the luck augmentation had failed was because of this. Just as Klein was about to ask a probing question to determine the situation, Ricciardo coughed and said in a deep, hoarse voice, "You live up to the reputation of being a powerful adventurer, capable of temporarily sealing the die. What happened has exceeded my expectations. Ahem. I'm very curious as to why my luck augmentation on you had failed. I'm very regretful that I can't come out and meet you in person. Otherwise, I should be able to see what Beyonders from other pathways will find difficult to see, even if they possess relatively powerful spirit visions. This is the uniqueness that the Fate pathway holds. So the problem lies with me, that's not the point. The point is that you need to reimburse me £700. No, £730. Klein cursed as he couldn't help but recall the orphan, Adamasol, who had the nickname of Monster in Tingan City. The young man who was equal to half a sequence 9 had cried out after seeing Klein before falling to the ground. His eyes bled, and the fear he exhibited was as if he had seen a devil. This is because of the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune's path of the divine. So he saw something wrong with me. He saw something related to the Grey Fog. Unfortunately, this Fate Councilor is quite heavily injured and has a domain of bad luck around him. There's no way for him to help inspect me. I should ask Snake of Fate Will Osseptin when I'm back. Perhaps he might know something. However, this pathway does have the bearing of a charlatan. He might not directly answer me and has a high chance of answering in vague terms. Klein maintained his expressionless attitude and said, "Then what do you plan on doing?" Ricciardo sighed and said, "Get Darkwill here. I'll augment him with good luck and get him to win the money at the casinos on your behalf." Using the name of the inn Councilor Ricciardo gave, Klein quickly found the chubby apothecary Darkwill. Then, while carrying the suitcase and cane, Klein watched as he kept winning money at the major casinos. By midnight, he had already won £750. After receiving the remaining £730, Klein realized a problem. The reason for the luck augmentation's failure was because of him. Why is that so? Klein held close his bulging wallet and frowned as he thought silently to himself. He quickly thought of the thin, invisible grayish-white fog around him and realized the reason. After advancing to Faceless, the gray fog has integrated with reality to a certain extent. Not only can it help me screen off ravings that aren't too powerful, but it can also destroy any influence that changes my fate to a certain extent. Therefore, this counselor's luck augmentation was ineffective. According to this logic, bad luck to a certain extent shouldn't affect me, either. What the heck? It doesn't make me become some unlucky fool, but it also destroys my chance of being a lucky man or winner. Klein secretly shook his head and followed Darkwill and the owl back to the stone bridge. He informed Ricciardo of how to summon his messenger, and to immediately send him news once he obtained any information on a mystical item with powerful offensive traits. After doing all of this, Klein found an inn at the Oravi Island's port city and got a simple room for himself. Backland, in the morning. Emlyn White walked under his favorite gloomy skies, moving through the thick fog that couldn't be compared to those in November or December, as he once again arrived outside North Borough's 7 Pinster Street. After pulling the doorbell, he straightened his back as he lifted his chin and waited patiently. When Leonard opened the door, he looked at the handsome but detestable face before making way and allowing the visitor to enter. He was still dressed in his home wear, comprising of a white shirt and black trousers. However, he had an additional dark-colored vest draped over him. "Have you considered the matter?" Leonard asked with a smile. No problem. Since it wasn't his money, Emlyn had no intention to haggle. He even believed that with the attitude displayed by Leonard, there was a high chance of having the price raised if he tried. Leonard gently nodded and smiled. "Very rich. I can tell that you're trying to lead me to say more." Emlyn silently scoffed and replied, "That's not something you need to concern yourself with." With that said, he raised the suitcase in his hand and opened it, revealing £7,000 in cash. Leonard took out each stack of cash and thoroughly checked it carefully. Then he pulled off the red glove he wore on his left hand and handed it to Emlyn. "This is the mystical item you require. It can change colors to disguise itself. It's called Tinder. It can raise the wearer's charm, making his words be equipped with great persuasiveness. It can steal the beyonder power of a target within 50 meters. The more you understand the target, the easier it is to steal the power you wish to steal. The less you know, the more random it becomes, and it relies on luck. When the target is at sequence 6, there is a chance of failure. The higher the sequence, the higher the chance of failure. After the theft succeeds, the target will lose that beyonder power, and it will take at least 12 hours to recover. The owner of Tinder will be able to use it adeptly for 10 minutes. And the reason why it's expensive is because it has very few negative side effects." Emlyn, who silently took in the introduction, had his interest piqued by a mystical item like Tinder. He asked, "What are its negative side effects?" Leonard combed his hair and smiled. "First, when wearing it, there is a small probability of losing something on you. Second, when using it, a particular beyonder power belonging to you will be lost for at least 12 hours. But during this period, it will be the only beyonder power lost. In other words, even if it's used repeatedly, there will only be one power lost the entire time. Compared to the many sealed artifacts I know of, its negative side effects are indeed trivial." Emlyn cleared his throat as he nodded. He received Tinder and checked it carefully before taking out the stacks of cash from the suitcase and placing them on the coffee table. Following that, he placed the glove into the suitcase and didn't take it with him directly. With the suitcase, Emlyn returned to the Harvest Church, just like he did before. Once he entered the priest's break room, he set up a sacrifice ritual. The illusory and mysterious door opened as the red glove tore through the dark and deep void, as it was sent directly above the gray fog. At the moment the gray fog made contact with the glove, a tiny, distorted, terrifying face suddenly appeared. It kept evaporating as it struggled to sustain itself. Upon seeing this scene, Klein wasn't surprised. After all, the grandpa residing in Leonard's body was an angel of the Marauder pathway. If Armin could do it, it was quite certain that he was capable of doing the same. For this, he had made sufficient preparations. He believed that even if the grandpa had really reached Armin's level, he was able to wipe out the corresponding aura without making him sense the existence of the gray fog, making him take action on Emlyn. Picking up the sea god's scepter, which had long been placed in front of him, Klein made the blue gems light up at the same time from a commanding position. Suddenly, silver light bloomed above the gray fog as the lightning carried portions of the gray fog's powers like a storm, zapping the tiny illusory face. The face dissipated completely before it could even cry out, leaving behind a dead, translucent worm with 12 transparent rings. Worm of time, but it seems weaker than Ammon, Klein muttered as he beckoned with his hand for the red glove and familiar worm to fly to him. After some serious scrutiny, he confirmed that the worm was basically identical to the one Ammon's avatar had left behind. My dear poet's grandpa is of the same sequence as Ammon? Sequence 1? No, not necessarily. Perhaps this is a unique trait of one of the earlier sequences. If it's really a sequence 1, the notion that Ammon is the son of the Creator and a king of angels makes it possible that he has fused with the uniqueness, or has another sequence 1 characteristic. Klein made a guess, but he was unable to verify it. As for what the dead worm of time could be used for, or when its spirituality would completely dissipate, he could only throw it into the junk pile due to his lack of the corresponding knowledge. 7. Pinster Street, Backlund. Leonard Mitchell sat on the sofa with his eyes tightly closed. His legs were propped up on the coffee table as though he was using a short nap to make up for an entire night of being awake. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and said with a suppressed voice, "What happened? Have you determined the true buyer of Tinder?" An elderly voice rang out in his mind. "The aura I left behind has been eliminated, completely eliminated. Did you discover anything?" Leonard retracted his feet as he asked in a deep voice. The ancient voice sighed. "Nothing. Everything was over before I could react. If I were in my best state, I might have been able to grasp the relevant clues. Unfortunately, I've remained in a weak state for years." Leonard remained silent for more than 10 seconds before he shook his head. "Then we'll temporarily treat it as if this never happened." Above the gray fog, Klein listened to Emlyn's report and took note of the information regarding the mystical item. He fiddled with the glove named Tinder as he examined it. "This way I'll have a glove for my right hand," he chuckled as he muttered to himself. After serious consideration, Klein abandoned the thought of immediately extracting the mental corruption of the true creator from the all-black eye. This was to ensure his success, hoping to leave the chance to the moment when he was concocting the Nimble-Right Master Potion. According to the records of the City of Silver, even without the gray fog's screening, there were no problems with such a procedure. Furthermore, with the gray fog, there wouldn't be any additional accidents, even if it were the mental corruption left behind by the true creator. I can also use Tinder normally. Yes, when I need to use it, I have to put my cash, pocket watch, and other mystical items above the gray fog. I mustn't let any item become lost. In fact, even if I don't do so, the problem isn't too great. I'm a seer. Do I need to be afraid of not being able to find things I dropped? Heh. In a normal battle, I'll have creeping hunger on my left hand and Tinder on my right. Just the thought of it sounds formidable. Klein reined in his thoughts and discovered that everything related to the Sequence 5 Nimble-Right Master Potion was ready, apart from the 2 commonly seen supplementary ingredients. He nodded indiscernibly and muttered silently to himself. I just need to wait for the faceless potion to be completely digested. Then I'll board a ship of Admiral of Stars or the Hanged Man and head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids. Chapter 6, 113. Leonard's Investigation. Lowen Kingdom, Eastchester County, Stowen City. Having left the manor, Audrey moved into a villa. After she finished engaging in social gatherings with the local nobles, she sent her servant to the Varvat Bank to withdraw a sum of cash. She didn't need to worry about this any further. She could easily pay off the £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's Blessed. She could also pay the 1,800 pounds she owed Mr. World for the psychiatrist characteristic. 15 minutes later, Audrey opened the room to her bedroom and glanced at her personal maidservant, Annie, who was monitoring the servants while they did their work. She looked down at the golden retriever who was sitting by the side of the wall and smiled. With a smile, she suppressed her voice and asked with shining eyes, "Susie, you'll receive a gift in a while. Are you looking forward to it?" If it were in the past, Audrey would have definitely said, "Susie, your present is here," making the golden retriever realize that she could find the actual item in the room as well. Otherwise, it was very easy for Susie, who had been studying the basics of mysticism, to guess that Audrey had used ritualistic magic. With this new sentence structure, the situation could have Audrey receive a mysterious letter or news in her bedroom to confirm that the gift was about to be delivered. There would be too many possibilities as a result of this. Susie could read the joy and sincere attitude deep inside Audrey's heart as she subconsciously opened her mouth, hoping to stir the air to produce a voice. She had wanted to inquire about the gift, but she sharply sensed that Audrey's personal maid, Annie, was approaching. The alert Susie abandoned her original thoughts. She returned to the state of being an ordinary dog as she slowly wagged her tail to express her joy and anticipation. After making an excuse to head out, Audrey entered a chemistry laboratory that she had specially marked out for herself. She placed the psychiatrist characteristic and supplementary ingredients on the table. "Susie, do you still remember the potion concocting process?" She cleared her throat and straightened her back as she excitedly played the role of a teacher. "Woof, I remember." Susie already knew what her present was. In her joy, she barked. Audrey added, "Try to concoct it by yourself." Susie looked down at her paws and suddenly fell silent. Audrey was taken aback before a brief silence ensued. A few seconds later, before the golden retriever could speak, Audrey covered her mouth without any atypical response and giggled. "All right, Susie, there's no need to say a word. I know what you wish to say. You wish to express the fact that you're only a dog and am unable to concoct the potion, right?" How embarrassing. At the same time, Audrey, who wore a charming and graceful external bearing, face-palmed herself inwardly. "Woof," Susie nodded forcefully. Audrey took the opportunity and turned around. Soon she finished concocting the psychiatrist potion. She had previously asked Susie and learned that she had already finished digesting the potion on Wednesday. That's less than 2 months. Yes, a large reason has to do with how Susie isn't being noticed. She can run about anywhere in the manor or villa and eavesdrop, allowing her to read the true thoughts of the maidservants. That's good as well. She will always share the tidbits with me. If not for her, I wouldn't have known of the dark sides of many people who appear normal and kind, usually. Audrey poured the potion into a bowl and placed it on the floor. She watched as Susie went over and began licking the potion as she couldn't curb the anticipation in her heart. Susie might be influenced by the potion and become unstable. But it's all right. Psychiatrist Miss Audrey is already prepared to use placate at any moment. Yes, I prefer the name psychoanalysis. That sounds more professional. Audrey stared at Susie with her beautiful emerald-like eyes with great seriousness, and discovered that Susie's pupils were gradually fading and turning vertical. Dark gold scales seemed to grow beneath her thick fur, and the spirituality that belonged to Susie kept radiating outwards as though it was interweaving with the entire villa's space. After calming her somewhat nervous emotions, Audrey scrutinized Susie's state. As long as something abnormal happened to Susie, she would immediately use the beyonder power, psychoanalysis. Suddenly, Susie's voice sounded out in her ears. "Audrey, I'm done." Audrey was temporarily at a loss on what to say. In her dream, Daisy returned to Eastborough and to the old apartment she had lived in for years. She pushed open the door and saw her mother, Liz, and her sister, Freya, doing the laundry diligently. Daisy instantly became delighted and was just about to join them. She was in charge of ironing the laundry. At this moment she heard knocking at the door. She turned her head and realized that the visitor was a young man in a black and white checkered police uniform. The officer had black hair and green eyes, with a somewhat blurry face. He held a notebook and fountain pen as he asked, "In the Capum case, apart from what you mentioned, is there anything else you didn't mention to us?" "It's all nothing important," Daisy answered in a rather groggy manner. The handsome officer looked down at his notebook and said, "It's fine. I'm willing to listen." Daisy looked back at the clothes which were hung up, feeling as though she had forgotten some instructions. She honestly described all sorts of trivialities. In the end, she said, "After I was abducted, my mother and sister had hired a private detective to search for me. His name is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. He's a good man. Although he didn't find me directly, he later contacted a reporter to help me get compensated with the Foundation money." The black-haired and green-eyed officer looked up again and glanced at Daisy before revealing a warm smile. "Very good. Your answer is very satisfactory. Do you still remember the private detective's appearance?" Daisy nodded. Without any alarm, she saw Mr. Sherlock Moriarty standing beside her. The detective had grown a thick beard and wore gold-rimmed glasses. It was almost identical to the one in her memories. After the black-haired, green-eyed officer sized up the image a few times, he seemed to vanish at some point in time without Daisy realizing it. For some reason, her mother and sister had also vanished. She ran through East Borough in search of the familiar figures, but she ultimately woke up from her depression and sorrow. When she saw the dark ceiling of her school dormitory, she lay there in a daze for seconds. Daisy didn't make a sound as she turned her body and buried half her face into the pillow. By the corners of the pillow, a wet stain gradually spread out. The person who had entered Daisy's dream was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Although his investigation of the commonalities of the two cases was to give him time to deal with matters of his own, he didn't forget to act in a perfunctory manner. In the end, he really discovered a problem. In the cases of Lanivus and Capum, a private detective named Sherlock Moriarty was involved, including his friend, reporter Mike Joseph. Although they had only appeared on the outskirts of this matter, it's also a direction for the investigation. That Sherlock Moriarty looks somewhat familiar. Which fugitive is he? Leonard recalled what he had seen in the dream as he wore his red glove and entered the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Just as he greeted the team captain, Soest, he saw a partner approach and hand him 2 thin sheets of paper. The information regarding the red-eyed man from the Harvest Church is all here. Thank you. Do you want to have lunch together? Leonard asked with a smile. The Nighthawk shrugged and said, No, as long as you stop making me have nightmares. Deal. Leonard smiled as he received the dossier. He stood there without being in a hurry to sit down as he casually browsed through it. Emlyn White, a vampire, currently under the jurisdiction of the Church of Earth Mother. He once vanished for a period of time. His parents had hired private detectives to find him. Thanks to a particular Mr. Stewart, this matter was ultimately resolved by the famous detective, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's smile gradually froze as his expression turned serious. Sherlock Moriarty. He repeated this name in his mind. Klein wasn't in a rush to find an opportunity to engage in true acting. He toured Oravi Island's port city with the mindset of a tourist, finding a brief and rare moment of relaxation in his tense life. This city had mostly immigrants from Loen. The cuisine wasn't much different from the east coast of the kingdom, with the only difference being that there were rare fruits and all sorts of seafood here. It was also quite a unique trait of the city. This place was rich in natural resources, and was located in a key location on the safe sea routes. The standard of living was pretty good. Even the farmers in the suburbs could save up some money through their fruit gardens. This didn't mean that Oravi didn't have poor people or the lower class. This class was mainly made up of people who were former slaves. Lowen's parliament had long abolished slavery. After chewing a juicy and sweet fruit, Klein watched the sky turn dark. He took a turn at the corner of the street and entered a bar named Sweet Lemon. It was a famous gathering place for adventurers in Oravi. Klein planned on buying the 2 remaining supplementary ingredients of a Nimblewright master, the relatively common Drago tree bark and Sonia golden spring water. At this moment the bar was rather lively. There were many people holding up cups around the boxing ring as they cheered loudly. There were people who looked like adventurers at the surrounding tables. They were discussing all kinds of rumors in hushed tones. Just as Klein was squeezing towards the bar counter, he suddenly heard his name. "I'm Gehrman Sparrow. You should know who I am. I received a treasure map and need to hire some helpers. It's not because I'm afraid, but it's because I can't carry that much treasure alone." A green-eyed man in his 30s held half a glass of liquor and spoke to 2 men and 2 women in the corner. It was a mystery if they were merchants or adventurers. "You are also named Gehrman Sparrow? Treasure map. Why does it sound like a scam? My killing of Wormtongue has already reached this place from Bayham. Yes, it was likely communicated via a telegram or visitors. Therefore, many people know of my name and deeds, but do not know what I look like. Cheats are using this opportunity to pass themselves off as me to cheat others." Klein moved over as he came to a realization. The green-eyed man drank a mouthful of liquor and slammed the glass onto the table. "I don't mind whether you refuse or agree, but I hate it when people make me wait. Do you wish to be like Wormtongue?" The young man opposite him said, slightly intimidated, "I know you're a powerful adventurer." "So?" The green-eyed man cut off the man's words. At that moment he felt his collar tighten as he was lifted up by someone and thrown out the door. Klein didn't provide an explanation as he directly threw the man out of the door with a stoic expression. Then he drew his revolver and aimed it at the spot where the man had fallen to the ground. He pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! Just as the green-eyed man fell to the ground, he saw a spark light up at the ground near his crotch. He was so frightened that he swallowed back his cursing and scrambled away. Without any explanation, his weak performance proved that he wasn't Gehrman Sparrow. Klein ignored the victim who stood there in a daze. He politely blew at the mouth of his revolver before stuffing it back into his underarm holster. Following that, he walked slowly to the bar counter in the resulting silent atmosphere. Chapter 6, 114, Adventurer Association. Klein sat in front of the bar counter and slammed his fist onto the counter. 1 glass of Southfield beer. Behind him, a few bouncers hesitated about whether to come over to give him a warning or pretend that no one had fired a shot. The bartender signaled to the bouncers with his eyes as he picked up a glass and chuckled. "Why don't you try a cup of sweet lemon? Our boss once went to Trier to learn cocktail mixing. He has mastered many of the cocktail recipes left behind by Emperor Roselle, and he has created the most popular sweet lemon in Oravi on his own." Klein wasn't moved as he calmly replied, "I only drink beer." "All right." The bartender wasn't in a rush to get the bottle of Southfield beer as he said with a smile, "Sir, are you an adventurer?" Klein nodded without saying an answer. The bartender didn't hesitate as he said with a smile, "Perhaps you should meet our boss. He's very friendly to new adventurers and is willing to treat them to drinks. Besides, there will be some aid offered to you. Klein, who had come with the intention of purchasing the supplementary ingredients of a Nimblewright master, didn't reject the offer. He took out a brass penny and flicked it before catching it firmly. He placed the penny on the bar counter as a tip to thank the bartender for the information, before slowly standing up and walking to the second floor under the lead of a bouncer, where he entered a room at the other end of the corridor. The room was covered with thick brownish-yellow soft carpet. There was a faint smell of high-quality coal burning, mixed with the aroma of a cigar. A middle-aged man with his blonde hair combed neatly backwards was leaning on a reclining chair, sucking at his cigar as he read the papers. Surrounding him were 6 bodyguards. Although Klein wasn't a beyonder of the spectator domain, and he was unable to determine any unique traits or the strength of these bodyguards, nor was he from the Mystery Prior or Monster Pathway, he could see certain secrets. He could notice things others wouldn't be able to discover, but his spiritual intuition made him believe that these bodyguards were definitely beyonders. Beyonders who could threaten him to a certain extent. The middle-aged man put down the newspaper and pulled at the collars of his black shirt before slowly standing up. He extended his right hand and said, "Welcome to Oravi, my adventurer friend." His blue eyes had a smile to them as he looked rather sincere. Klein extended his right palm and smacked palms with him without a word. He was waiting for the man to speak. The middle-aged man pointed to a sofa opposite the reclining chair and chuckled. "I'm the boss here, Built Brando. I was once an adventurer with quite considerable strength. I've lived to this day and have earned quite a bit." He's very confident with his strength, thus daring to directly say it. Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down. He leaned his body slightly forward as he expressionlessly waited for Built to begin talking. Seeing no response from the adventurer, Built sat down again and sucked at his cigar before leisurely saying, "To be honest, there's a motive behind me meeting with every new adventurer." He pointed to the sea map on the desk in the table. He said with a magnetic tone, "East from the Rorstead archipelago is where the sea gets progressively messier. The strength of the military and church begin to dwindle, to the point of them only being able to protect their own harbors. The sea around here is a pirate playground, extremely disadvantageous to us adventurers. Therefore, I wish to organize everyone to form a loosely connected alliance, so that we can band together when faced with danger. This alliance doesn't have any strong binding terms. You can choose to turn a blind eye when other adventurers encounter danger, and no one will punish you. However, if you were to encounter a similar situation, don't hope for help to be provided. In addition, I can promise one point. Adventurers of the Alliance will be able to get the prices of the lowest nature when purchasing items from me. When selling their spoils, they will at least get market price." After finishing the description, Built smiled at the new adventurer. He chuckled and asked, "What do you think of it? Are you interested in joining this loose alliance? Don't worry, you won't need to make any additional payment. Our purpose is only to render assistance when faced with pirates." Klein nodded. "It sounds pretty good." "Haha, I think so too. I once thought of naming this association the Adventuring Brotherhood, but I felt that Brotherhood is overly constrained, so I changed it to Adventurer Association," Built said in a self-deprecating manner. Having said that, he lowered his hand with the cigar and smacked his lips. He shook his head and smiled. "Sorry, I forgot to ask your name." Klein maintained his posture and replied in a deep voice, "Gehrman Sparrow." "Gehrman Sparrow?" Built's eyelids jumped as his smile instantly stiffened. The guards around him clearly tensed up as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Built rapidly composed himself and didn't verify whether he was the real Gehrman Sparrow or a cheat who was only passing off as Gehrman Sparrow. He chuckled and said, "Is there anything you wish to buy? I have quite a lot of good stuff over here." "Sonia's golden spring water," Klein said with a calm expression while inwardly feeling cautious. He didn't mention the Drago tree bark since there was a high chance of buying the ingredient at herb stores. Built Brando heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Easy. 30 pounds for 100 milliliters. Trust me, even if you head to Sonia Island, it will only be a few pounds cheaper than this price. Those barbarians from Faysac have sealed off the fountain's source, so it's difficult for others to get any of it." "Deal?" Klein had a rough idea of the price of the Golden Spring water, and he knew that 30 pounds for 100 milliliters was indeed rather cheap. After completing the deal, Bilt was just about to speak after some deliberation, when he suddenly heard knocking. After receiving his permission, a bouncer entered and leaned over, whispering into his ear. Bilt's expression instantly sank as his entire person appeared abnormally cold. He suffused an indescribable killing intent. Indeed, he has quite impressive strength. If he wasn't a famous adventurer in the past, he was a famous pirate. He should be a mid-sequence beyonder. Klein looked at him as he calmly made an assessment. Bilt turned his head and said to Klein with some difficulty, "Mr. Sparrow, I have matters to tend to. We can have drinks together if the opportunity arises." "Okay." Klein slowly got up, without any intention of involving himself in Bilt's matters. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't curious, but curiosity was never something that could change the way he did things. After leaving Sweet Lemon, Klein successfully returned to his inn. City of Silver, daytime, which was marked by frequent lightning. After Derek Berg finished practicing all the different Beyonder powers of Solar High Priest, he followed the edge of the training field and headed for the Twin Towers. After numerous tarot gatherings, he gradually gained an understanding of the pattern and roughly knew the frequency of the alternating lightning, before he would be pulled above the gray fog by Mr. Fool. And now was the final day. Because of this, he had to go to the library to read through historical information involving ancient gods, so as to offer them to Mr. Fool. After passing through the partitioned area of the training field, Derek subconsciously looked inside and saw exploration members resting inside. It was the exploration team led by the 6-member council's chief, Colin Iliad. They had recently finished the exploration based on the information they had received from Jack, and they had returned to the City of Silver, where they were now in quarantine. Derek retracted his gaze with a somewhat heavy heart as he went all the way to the steeple and went to the 3rd floor, where the library was. He was just about to walk to the bookshelf that held all the ancient books on legends, when he caught a familiar figure through the corner of his eye. It was a fair and beautiful woman in her 30s. She wore a long black robe embroidered with mysterious purple patterns. Her curly, silvery gray hair cascaded down. She was none other than the elder of the 6-member council, who had been imprisoned for a prolonged period of time, Lovia Tiffany. She swept her faint gray eyes over as Derek felt his soul being penetrated. He couldn't help but stiffen for a second. "Greetings, Elder Lovia." He hurriedly lowered his head as he pressed his hand to his chest. Lovia walked over and nodded gently. "Oh, I've been removed from quarantine." She turned and left after calmly saying that, as though she was making an announcement. Derek stood on the spot as a layer of cold sweat seeped out from his back. Why has she been released? The 6-member council has already determined that she's all right, Derek thought as his nerves tensed up in an abnormal fashion. Monday afternoon, above the gray fog. Klein placed his elbows on the armrest as he crossed his fingers and watched as beams of crimson light lit up before receding into blurry figures. Then he heard Miss Justice's brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool Tildy." Chapter 6, 115, Grayish-white Fog. While Miss Justice was doing the greetings, the hermit Catlia maintained her silence as she observed as she did before. She didn't involve herself in matters, as though she was an outsider at this gathering. She watched as Miss Justice and Miss Magician conjured their Roselle diary pages to pay off their previous debts. Then she carefully glanced at Mr. Fool without daring to look straight at him. Yet she still wasn't able to see further through the special gray fog. Her dark purple eyes were only capable of seeing clothes that were definitely conjured. With the 3 pages of Roselle's diary, Klein wasn't in a rush to read it like before. After all, he had already interacted and used a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and knew what a uniqueness of a Beyonder pathway looked like. He had even intimidated such a divine artifact, so he believed that regardless of Emperor Roselle's content, there was nothing that could shock him greatly. Unless he was given a demoness blessing by some powerhouse with the unique ability and temporarily became a woman, Klein joked inwardly as he surveyed the long bronze table in interest. Ma'am, Hermit's curiosity is different from Miss Justice and Company's. She pays great attention to the matter of Roselle's diary. Klein retracted his gaze and took note of this discovery. Then he casually read the yellowish-brown goatskin. The 22nd of April. We plan on entering to explore the abyss. The 23rd of April. We followed the pitch-black ocean, passed through the liquid-like fog, and arrived at the mountain peak that resembled a monster. Behind it was endless black fog. It seemed to blanket an entire continent. However, looking at the bottom of the peak makes it seem endless and without limit. I had joked with Edwards that if I were to commit suicide by jumping off that cliff, I might never fall to the ground, forever in a state of falling. Upon seeing this, Klein nearly pricked up his brows. He couldn't believe that Roselle would dare to organize his own knights and sailors to explore the periphery of the region after seeing the abyss. Isn't he afraid of dying? Legend has it that it's a place that can corrupt everything, causing all life to perish. At this stage, Roselle definitely hadn't reached Sequence 4, and he wasn't a demigod. He was at best a Sequence 5, or even lower. If it were me, I definitely would have turned the boat around and reported it to the church. In that instant, Klein gained a deep understanding of the huge difference between him and Roselle. In addition, Roselle's description of the abyss's periphery had reminded Klein of the mysterious stone doors of Amon's mausoleum. A similar scene had appeared after the Church of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop, Horamic's puppet, made contact with it. I wonder what Roselle discovered there. At the very least, he didn't die from his exploration. He still had an exciting life after that. Klein moved his gaze down and read the remaining content on the diary page. The 24th of April. We proceeded down the peak in an attempt to probe deeper. The thick black fog is biting cold, as though it can erode flesh in the soul. Ha ha ha. Luckily, the Dark King I'm on board has certain items that resist this corruption, or I'll suspect that me and my Knights of the Apocalypse will become members of Farron's one undead legion. It's very quiet, and we didn't discover anything. The 25th of April. We saw devils, but they were in the form of rotting corpses. Behind the black jagged mountain, below a slush-filled opening that one cannot call a path, there were different devil corpses that were either in normal or unimaginable places. It was as though they had all been killed at the same moment. The 26th of April. Either corpses or silence. There's no end up ahead. The items on the Dark King has begun to show signs of corruption. I've seldom had fear over the past few years, but here that fear of the unknown is like an invisible hand that clasps my heart tightly. I have to leave, I have to return. I can't stay here any longer. What happened after this? Emperor Roselle was very successful in escaping the Abyss's periphery, or did he encounter something else? What does the abnormality over there symbolize? An intense battle. Klein subconsciously had some sense of anticipation as he flipped to the second page, only to be let down that it wasn't connected. The 8th of May. My beloved Bernadette is almost 2. The older she grows, the more likable she is. She's indeed a young lady who doesn't let down the excellent genes of her mother and I. Hearing her clearly call me Daddy and seeing her bubbly figure, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I've done many things. I can say that some aren't honorable, but I've not felt any shame about it, nor have I ever regretted it. On the one hand, this has to do with me finding it very difficult to curb my desires, making it easy for me to be influenced by my environment. I have to thank fate that I've not met a desire apostle from the devil pathway. According to the records, I would definitely succumb to beyonders of this sequence. I might even be instantly killed. On the other hand, I still have a sense of alienation from this world. My parents in this world are very nice to me. I've also worked hard to make them proud, but I know that my feelings for them aren't substantial. Similarly, this is how I treat Matilda. It's more a possessive instinct rather than love. I have to admit that my mental state is like playing a role-playing game in virtual reality. My parents, brothers, and friends are all non-playable characters. I can devote some of my feelings to them, but never anything serious. Therefore, I can join all kinds of corrupted gatherings without any sense of guilt. I can face people I know well in a cold, ruthless manner. It's just like when I played the Elder Scrolls. I could slaughter an entire village just for a chicken. But after Bernadette was born, I realized that I had an additional sense of belonging to this world. I was no longer as estranged from it. This is my child, a living child of mine. Perhaps this is what so-called maturity is. Without children, it's impossible to realize this feeling. No, I don't even have a girlfriend. However, I have to be alert about this state of mind that's mentioned in this entry. It might not exist in the past, but it doesn't mean it wouldn't appear in the future. The higher the sequence, the greater one's godhood is than their humanity. Klein sighed silently as he flipped to the 3rd diary page. The 6th of January, a brand new year, a brand new beginning. After advancing to artisan, I finally have the powers to do that thing. That is to create the mysterious silver plate in my memories. There is a high chance that my transmigration was a result of it. In fact, after I became a savant, I could already recall its appearance, as well as the strange symbols and patterns on its surface. But the past me could clearly sense that I wasn't able to replicate something like that. The 9th of January. I finally succeeded after repeated failures. Holding the silver plate filled with special symbols and patterns, I tried hard to inject my spirituality in a bid to activate it. Endless grayish-white fog seemed to surface before my eyes, but nothing happened. Is it a problem with the material, or am I lacking certain requisites? The 10th of January. According to my recollections of my transmigration experience, I restored my past state, believing that I no longer lacked anything. However, the mysterious silver plate only showed me the strange gray fog. It wasn't able to help me do anything. Since this doesn't work, how did I succeed in my transmigration back then? I temporarily gave up on my attempts, and I destroyed the silver plate I created. Perhaps when I'm a high sequence beyonder and become a demigod, I will have a way to interpret those patterns and symbols to figure out the truth behind my transmigration. Yes, I'll definitely become a demigod. I'm the protagonist of this era. Grayish-white fog? The Emperor saw an endless grayish-white fog after replicating the mysterious silver plate from Earth. Klein's eyes suddenly shrank when he read the diary entry. There happened to be an immutable endless gray fog beneath his feet. Could it be that our transmigrations have to do with this mysterious space? But why is the Emperor unable to enter, but I can? According to the Emperor's diary entries of the last few stages of his life, he definitely didn't crack the mystery of the silver plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not thought of this place when he was in his moment of great despair and mania. He wouldn't have not used this place as his crutch. Klein raised his head as his gaze landed outside the ancient palace. He recalled that deep in this mysterious space, there was a staircase of light that seemed to lead to heaven. It seemed to correspond to his sequence. The staircase appeared to be built for giants, and its destination was the gray fog which seemed to support something that stood in mid-air. The secret of our transmigration lies there. Klein made the diary pages in his hand vanish before he leaned back into his chair and said with a normal tone, "You may begin." Derek originally wished to bring forward his request to purchase the Sequence 6 potion formula after Solar High Priest, but Elder Lovia's release made him temporarily abandon his plans. He couldn't wait to mention everything that had happened, wishing to obtain the necessary guidance. Considering how this was still the transaction segment, he held back his desire as he waited in silence. There's something on Little Son's mind. Something unexpected happened in the City of Silver. Audrey thoughtfully retracted her gaze and similarly didn't request to purchase anything. At this moment, Alger surveyed the area and voiced out, "I need the potion formula of Ocean Songster." Indeed.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream here. I'm gonna go ahead and get it set up. I ended the last stream a little late, past 12 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut back a couple paragraphs, a few minutes back, and we'll keep going from there. So, thank you guys all for being here. Glad you're here with me, just listening. If you guys haven't subscribed yet, please go ahead and do that. Again, thank you for everything you guys are doing for me, and just listening to these long audiobooks together. Alright.
Derek didn't let her expectations down. Before anyone could speak, he earnestly said, "Elder Lovia has been released. I encountered her at the library." Shepherd, Lovia has been released? Using flesh and blood, the entire team that she led was corrupted by the true creator. So how can she be without any problems? What is the 6-member council thinking? Klein originally wanted to say something along the lines of, "If there's nothing wrong with Lovia, I'll chop off my head and gift it to the true creator to be kicked like a ball." However, considering how swears and curses involved deities in them and might lead to terrible consequences, he rationally changed his thoughts. Of course, I don't have to be that careful with me above the gray fog. He sighed inwardly. Elder Lovia has been released. That shepherd? Audrey quickly recalled what the name meant. Back then, Little Son had used Blasphemer Amon's possession and Mr. Fool's help to expose the fact that the entire exploration team had been corrupted by the true creator. As for the team, it was led by Lovia. Her job as a shepherd happened to correspond to the secret's suppliant pathway of the true creator. Yes. Derek nodded earnestly as he looked towards the hanged man. Alger thought for a moment before asking, "Has your chief returned to the City of Silver?" Why would Mr. Hanged Man suddenly ask about this? Ah, right. To release such an important figure, it's impossible that the other elders of the 6-member council wouldn't wait for the chief's return. If the chief has yet to return, and that they had decided this without his consent, It goes to show that the situation is even more terrible than one can imagine. It was so terrible that they couldn't even await his return. If the chief has already returned, then the reason for releasing Lovia has a high chance to do with the outcome of the exploration. This is because, according to Little Sun, this is the only exploration in recent times for the City of Silver. Sigh, why didn't I think of this? Audrey, you're still lacking in experience. Audrey reflected and consoled herself in thought. Yes, not long ago. Derek was surprised by Mr. Hanged Man's accurate guesses. At this moment, Force, who had been listening quietly, combined what she knew from before and suddenly had an idea. Mr. Sun, could this be the situation? Your chief led the exploration team and that little boy, Jack, to seek out a path that leads to the outside world, but they realized that the power of the true creator is required. This isn't a lie I'm fabricating, but an inference of the facts. The father of that boy, Jack, belonged to the Aurora Order, and they were seeking the holy residence of the true creator before arriving where you are. Therefore, for the entire City of Silver, your chief decided to release Shepherd Lovia after returning. If that's really the case, Mr. Sun would be in grave danger, Audrey said with worry. Force's words sank Derek's heart. At this moment, Alger shook his head. No, I have the exact opposite belief. Miss Magician's inference is identical to my theory, but I believe this will make it safer for the Sun. Why? Derek's heart calmed down as he asked. Isn't that simple? Balance, Klein scoffed inwardly. The danger of the true creator is noticeable by any sentient creature with eyes and a brain. Your chief will definitely not put all his chips on him. He definitely needs a force that can counterbalance the true creator. As for you, the one who exposed their ploy, you were possessed by Blasphemer Amon, so you might represent another possibility. The more Lovia and company wish harm upon you, the more the chief and the other elders will protect you. This way, they would turn a blind eye to whatever suspicious aspects you didn't manage to erase, Alger explained simply. This ends up being a silver lining. Force was stunned. Mr. Hanged Man makes a lot of sense. When it comes to analyzing matters and the situation, I'm still far from matching him. Audrey felt somewhat depressed. She even thought of puffing her cheeks, but she immediately realized that it wasn't an elegant act. All she could do was keep those thoughts to herself. For the rest of the members, Emlyn, who didn't know much about Lovia, had a hard time keeping up. However, he knew about Jack and the repeated cycles, so he was barely able to understand the discussion. In order to break out of the City of Silver's conundrum, they released a danger that has the true creator involved. Emlyn inwardly made a guess. Compared to him, Cattleya couldn't understand a word. She felt as though she was from a completely different world compared to the other members. I actually have a feeling of admiration despite my incomprehension of what they said. The last time I had this feeling was several years ago. Back then, I was still very weak. There were some inklings in the previous tarot gatherings, especially so when it involves the City of Silver, but never has it been as serious as this time. Also, why are they discussing the true creator and Blasphemer Amon so naturally? It should be the Blasphemer Amon I know of. They're only mid-sequence beyonders. What have they actually done in the past? Cattleya's confidence as a powerhouse suffered a setback at that very moment. After hearing Mr. Hanged Man's analysis, Derek first heaved a sigh of relief before asking with tensed nerves, could this result in our City of Silver being destroyed by the fallen creator? He originally wished that Mr. Hanged Man could provide him with an answer that could relieve him, but he ended up hearing the man say in a deep voice, that possibility can't be ruled out. Then what should I do? Derek earnestly sought advice. Under the situation of us not understanding what your chief and the other elders of the six-member council are up to, I cannot provide you with any suggestions, but I don't think you need to be in such a panic. Alger raised his head to glance at Mr. Fool, who was silently looking at the members from the end of the long bronze table. Tracing his gaze, Derek subconsciously looked over and saw Mr. Fool, whose extremely blurry figure was covered in the gray fog. He instantly felt a sense of serenity, and he couldn't help but recall that holy and powerful angel. Although I've foiled several of the true creator's ploys, I'll definitely not last a second if I were to really clash with him. The situation will devolve into the fool coming to his doorstep, but the true creator finding the fool completely lacking. Klein maintained his casual listening state without saying a word or showing any expression. Derek retracted his gaze and said to Alger, "Mr. Hanged Man, thank you for your help. I will try to figure out what Chief and the others are planning." With the matter coming to an end, Cattleya deliberated before saying, "Was the blasphemer Amon you were talking about before referring to the ancestor of the Amon family in the 4th Epoch's Tudor Empire, the son of the Creator?" Son of the Creator? Audrey was stunned by what Ma'am Hermit said. She instinctively turned her head to the end of the long bronze table and discovered Mr. Fool sitting there calmly, as though he was tacitly confirming Amon's other identity. Chapter 6. 117. The Mysterious Adam, the son of the Creator. Alger was stunned by the hermit's description, as he couldn't help but twitch his brows. However, he didn't directly inquire further, because this could very likely expose certain matters. Besides, he was very confident that there would be other members asking. "The son of the Creator?" Force asked with piqued interest. She never expected that Amon had such a shocking identity, aside from the titles like Blasphemer and King of Angels. She was filled with curiosity over this. Cattleya swept her a look and said without a change in tone, "Legend has it that back when the original creator split into the various deities and races, his body produced 2 babies. One of them was Blasphemer Amon. The mural beside Amon's mausoleum was somewhat different from your description. Back when Amon and Adam was born, the Creator had just awoken and withdrew the authorities of the ancient gods. He was seated high on a holy mountain and was surrounded by angels as they praised him. There were no signs of him dying or splitting. That mural does have something in common with the City of Silver's historical records. Perhaps the Creator had really awoken twice, and perhaps the original Creator and Amon's father, the Creator as recorded by the City of Silver, aren't the same person. Both of them have an inheritance relationship." As Klein listened to Ma'am Hermit's description, he began theorizing. Amon is actually the son of the Creator. Such a status is in no way inferior to the true gods. As for Mr. Fool, our tarot club was able to easily purify his avatar and stop his possession. Audrey recalled the past matters and suddenly felt that she had unknowingly exceeded many ordinary beyonders. The circles and levels of knowledge exposure that the two groups had differed by more than 100 times. She asked with piqued interest, "Ma'am Hermit, do you know the other son of the Creator?" "Adam," Cattleya answered succinctly. Audrey was clearly taken aback. This was because her question only required a yes or no. After receiving the confirmation that she knew, she would ask for the details and make it clear that she was willing to pay for it. Who knew that Ma'am Hermit had directly given her the name, Adam? She doesn't seem to care too much about such information. She's in control of a lot of information. Audrey managed to infer certain matters through this detail as her eyes darted about. "I've never heard of an important figure named Adam." "I haven't either," Apart from being recorded as the son of the Creator, it's like he has never appeared before. There are nearly no traces of him in the history of the fourth epoch, Cattleya answered frankly. This Adam is very mysterious. I'm already rather well versed in the fourth epoch's three empires of Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsoest, as well as the angel families that come under them. Yet, I've never heard of him before. If it wasn't for a Rhodes who live-streamed the Church of Steam and Machinery's exploration of Amon's mausoleum, I wouldn't have even known his name. Has he long perished, or is he hidden in the dark while scheming something? Klein sighed inwardly. Audrey subconsciously glanced at Mr. Hanged Man and discovered him shaking his head as well. Amon is a king of angels, so it doesn't make sense for Adam to not be one. There should be records in the City of Silver. Audrey looked at Derek. For some reason, Derek easily understood what was on Miss Justice's mind. He said in slight embarrassment, "We do not know about Adam, just like how we don't know about Ammon. I was previously searching for ancient tomes related to the King of Angels. I believe that I was lacking in clearance as my sequence was still low at that time. I will continue searching for information on this." King of Angels. Cattleya moved her fingers indiscernibly as she memorized the phrase. She knew that Miss Justice would definitely answer if she asked, so without waiting, she directly asked, "Amon is a king of angels that all of you are referring to?" "Yes." To thank Ma'am Hermit for her generosity, Audrey explained in detail. In the records of the City of Silver, the Creator had many angels attending to him. Among them, the leaders of the angels who were closest to the throne of God were deemed King of Angels. We haven't managed to confirm many King of Angels. One of them is the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, who originates from the ancient tomes of the City of Silver. His title is Tail Devourer. The second is Medici, who Mr. Fool happened to mention. We are still unsure of his title. The third is a guess. We suspect that Amon is the Angel of Time among the King of Angels. Since he is a King of Angels, Adam, who is also a son of the Creator, is very likely one as well. Haven't managed to confirm many. I don't even know the term King of Angels. But you have already grasped half of them. That's not many. None of your sequences are higher than mine. Cattleya nearly became speechless. Only at this point did Emlyn really understand the meaning behind a King of Angels. He decided to use these names to seek out traces of the King of Angels via the secret historical records the Sanguine had in their control after he returned to the real world. Cattleya fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Mr. Soon, you were once possessed by Amon?" "Yes, it was his avatar," Derek answered honestly. "However, he was purified by Mr. Fool. I wasn't injured at all." Purified by Mr. Fool, Cattleya couldn't hold back the urge to look at the end of the long bronze table. She originally imagined that she had a general idea of Mr. Fool's state, believing that he was still in a state of reawakening and was unable to use much of his powers. This was why he sought the identity of Sea God and obtained that scepter. However, the present situation shook the foundations of her speculation. She felt that Mr. Fool was like an iceberg. What was hidden beneath the surface was even more terrifying and unfathomable. He easily thwarted Amon's plans. Under certain situations, he can briefly break through the restrictions and produce strength at the level of a god. Cattleya's heart sank as she didn't ask further. She cautiously shut her mouth. At this moment, Audrey had thought of something that puzzled her because of this topic. She proactively asked, "Ma'am Hermit, after Amon's avatar was purified by Mr. Fool, a worm with 12 transparent rings was left behind. It's said to be a worm of time, is that correct?" Cattleya recalled for 2 seconds before saying yes. Which pathway does it belong to? I mean, which Beyonder pathway does the Blasphemer pathway belong to? Audrey pressed out of curiosity. Cattleya answered directly without any thought. The Marauder pathway. Legend has it that at the saint or angel level, they are able to fool fate and cheat the rules, becoming a parasite of time. Sounds very impressive, Audrey marveled inwardly before asking. Then what can a worm of time be used for? Nice question. Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. He pumped himself up as he waited for Ma'am Hermit to give the answer. He happened to have a worm of time in his junk pile. It's a material with rich spirituality and unique effects. It can be used in particular rituals or be used to create high-level charms. But as for how, I'm not sure. After Cattleya answered, she suddenly sighed. She recalled the nightmare of being constantly pursued by knowledge, as well as the massive amount of information that could seemingly burst her brains. But even so, she still didn't know a lot. If the hidden sage hadn't gone mad and could provide knowledge bit by bit, I'll actually be more than happy to learn from him. Cattleya secretly sighed. All that matters is that it's useful. As for how it's used, I have other people to consult. Klein controlled the world with great satisfaction and looked at Emlyn. Mr. Moon, I have something I would like to communicate with you in private. Aren't the transactions over? Emlyn nodded, feeling somewhat uncertain. Okay. The world immediately requested for Mr. Fool's permission and successfully obtained the privilege of isolating everyone. Then he looked at Emlyn White and said, I wish for you to present to me every action which Leonard Mitchell made in your memories. Why? Emlyn asked in puzzlement. It involves certain secrets. Klein controlled the world to answer succinctly. His true goal wasn't to buy that mystical item, but to observe Leonard Mitchell. That fellow has deep secrets. The world as well. For an investigation, he was willing to spend £7,500. However, that mystical item is indeed powerful. Isn't the world constantly seeking a way to eliminate the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic? This is likely useful? Emlyn suppressed his wandering thoughts as he seriously recalled Leonard Mitchell from his point of view. With Mr. Fool's help, he conjured a video in the form of streaming light. When the streaming light landed in the world's hands, Klein quickly browsed through it. He confirmed that Leonard really knew the existence of the Grandpa, but he was unable to determine if he understood the danger. Temporarily suppressing any corresponding thoughts, Klein removed the isolation barriers and allowed the Tarot Club members to continue. At this moment, Audrey was reminded of something by Mr. World's private communication. She hurriedly looked at Force and asked in concern, Miss Magician, did you discover any abnormalities at William Street? That will require Mr. World to answer you, Force said, having been put into a difficult position. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak again, Klein controlled the world and hoarsely replied, There were abnormalities, but I have already informed the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. If there are any future problems, I might require your help. All right, Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Informed the Church of Evernight and Steam. This, Cattleya found the description ludicrous. From what she knew, a secret organization like the Tarot Club was a natural enemy of the official Beyonders. There was no room for any compromises between the two, but the way the world had dealt with it and the words he used had made it seem like the Tarot Club was an organization that cooperated with the official Beyonders. Colored by these feelings, she listened to the rest of the conversation before bowing and bidding farewell when Mr. Fool made the closing remark. Soon, Klein was the only one left above the gray fog. Chapter 6, 118. Volunteer work, second floor of the Sweet Lemon Bar, in the boss's room. Bilt Brando held a cigar as he stood by the window. He was looking out, and his eyes were out of focus as he wore a dark and terrifying expression. At this moment, a bodyguard entered, bent his back slightly, and carefully said, "Sir, Sothoth has returned from the east." "Let him in." Bilt tried hard to correct his expression. Sothoth Yan was his assistant, an important member of the Adventurer Association. In less than a minute, Sothoth, who was dressed in a linen shirt, brown jacket, and red headscarf, walked in. He looked to be in his 30s and had bronze skin. He had recessed eye sockets and a black mustache below and under his lips. He was obviously someone who spent most of his time at sea. Sothoth bowed rather informally and sized up Bilt Brando. "Boss, something happened." "Yes, something happened. From the looks of it, it will fail." Bilt didn't keep the matter from him as he sighed. "I have no idea how I'm going to answer that important figure." Without waiting for Sothoth to answer, he asked, "Have there been any changes at the Eastern Front?" "Still the same as usual. The pirates are still after every ship they can plunder. They even target each other. The Navy is only able to guard the various colonial posts, and they're barely able to maintain smooth passage through the sea routes while protecting the relatively important ships. There are often sea battles with both sides obtaining victories at times," Sothoth said as he shrugged his shoulders. "The eastern front of the Sonia Sea is a pirate's playground." Bilt sighed in agreement. Sothoth thought for a moment and added, "There has been some recent news from the islands on the eastern front. Apparently it first originated from the Black Death. Vice Admiral Ailment? What news is it?" Bilt asked, his interest piqued. Sothoth said with a solemn and excited tone, "Vice Admiral Ailment really encountered an assassination attempt and was seriously injured, and the person who attacked her was the adventurer, Gearman Sparrow." "Gearman Sparrow?" Bilt blurted out. "Yes, it's him. He really is a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Even if it was a sneak attack, it happened on the Black Death. There were so many infamous pirates around, but he managed to successfully escape after dealing a heavy blow to Vice Admiral Ailment. He later hunted Wormtongue Mythor," Sothoth answered with affirmation while sighing. Bilt staggered before sighing. "That's important news. There are very few powerhouses at the pirate admiral level among adventurers. To be able to deal a heavy blow to a pirate admiral on her flagship while alone, such an operation can only be done if one is absolutely confident in themselves or crazy enough. Only a madman will infiltrate a pirate admiral's flagship in an attempt to assassinate her instead of finding another spot." Having said that, his expression changed slightly. "I met an adventurer named Gearman Sparrow last night." "For real?" Sothoth's pupils shrank as he asked solemnly. "Cool. I can't be sure since I've never met the real Gearman Sparrow or seen his photograph or portrait." Bilt shook his head. Sothoth thought for a moment and said, "You can search for the newspapers from the Rorstead archipelago to confirm his identity. So many days have passed. There should be tourists that would have brought over the corresponding news report and Sonia Morning Post. Yes, the government offices, police stations, churches, and charity organizations will subscribe to the important newspapers of the Rorstead archipelago. The Rorstead archipelago was the biggest colonial grounds of the Lowen Kingdom in the central Sonia Sea. Its influence radiated outward, so there was no doubt that Oravi Island, which was within a distance of 3 days of travel, was part of its domain of influence. The official organizations and churches all subscribed to the newspapers and magazines of the area, so any non-crucial news would be received in 3 to 4 days. "All right," Bilt nodded as he probed deeper. "Do Do you have the exact details of Gehrman Sparrow's assassination attempt on Vice Admiral Ailment? Sothoth thought for a moment and said, "It's said that Gehrman Sparrow is able to change into anyone, just like Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos. It's with that power that he successfully infiltrated the Black Death and found an opportunity to carry out the assassination. He can change into anyone." Bilt's eyes lit up. "No, that won't do. That's a crazy guy who dares to infiltrate the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. He causes one to instinctively fear him and distance themselves from him." The light in Bilt's eyes dimmed. "Furthermore, I don't even know if he's the real one or not." He subconsciously shook his head. "I wonder when the Nighthawks and Machinery hive mind will take action and deal with the abnormality at William Street. I hope they do it as soon as possible." Amidst his thoughts, Klein left the gray fog and returned to the real world. After some consideration, he took out a piece of paper and laid it out on a brown desk. He wrote with a dark red fountain pen, asking about Mr. Azik's recent situation before mentioning how he had discovered that someone had a parasite in him while he was searching for a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others. Following that, he seemingly asked in passing if there was a way to avoid the parasite and inform the host. With this as a topic starter, he added how he learned from others about information regarding the Worm of Time that was related to high-sequence beyonders from the Marauder pathway. He also mentioned that he knew that such an item could be used as a sacrificial item in important rituals or as a material in high-level charms. However, he had no idea how to produce them. Phew. Klein put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, and brought the copper whistle to his lips. He blew at it forcefully. White bones spewed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton messenger. But this time the messenger didn't bore out from downstairs, and it instead tore through the ceiling like many times before, looking down at the summoner from above. Klein knew that this wasn't because the messenger had become impolite again, but because he was staying on the first floor of an inn. He flicked his wrist and threw the letter like a dart, making it land accurately in the messenger's huge bony hand. The flames in the messenger's eye sockets flickered as though it was observing Klein, but ultimately nothing happened. Its body disintegrated into a waterfall made of bones as they drilled into the ground. After everything was done, Klein didn't spread open the paper crane. He erased what had been written and wrote the same content to seek advice from the Snake of Mercury, Will Osseptin. This was because he realized something terrible. The paper crane wasn't a mystical item or beyonder weapon. It was an ordinary piece of paper that had been folded. After repeatedly having its content erased by an eraser, it was beginning to show signs of its structural integrity failing. In a few more tries, it might directly tear. I'll leave extremely important matters that require contact before considering it. For example, only when Mr. Azik isn't sure how to bypass the grandpa to warn Leonard. Klein shook his head silently and rapidly packed up the items on his desk. In addition, he didn't dare to use the radio transceiver to contact a Rhodes recently. This was because the powerhouse sent by the true creator was likely still loitering around the area in search for the all-black eyes aura. The scent of the gray fog was also equally able to attract the true creator's attention, allowing him to inform his believers. Today, I'll continue being a tourist and relax. Tomorrow, I'll begin searching for an opportunity to do real acting. Klein retracted his thoughts draped on his coat and took his top hat before walking out the inn. He planned on heading to the mountains outside Oravi Harbor to watch the sunset. This thought stemmed from a popular novel. Its author's name was Leanne Mustang. This gentleman was born in Odora and had decided to permanently reside in Baklund after the age of 20. His books had introduced the sunset at Mount St. Draco, with immense feelings, believing that it was the most beautiful scene he had ever seen. Klein rode a carriage out the city and walked to the foot of Mount St. Draco. He took an hour before arriving at the peak of the not-so-tall mountain. Time passed as the sun slowly set, making the blue sea situated to the left of the mountain peak appear like a sea of fire. As for the emerald green forests and the vast fields on the right, they seemed to be gilded. All the colors bloomed with the final touches of radiance in that instant, before darkness gradually approached until it became dark. Ships entered the harbor as carriages drove into the city. The busy people began returning home on the roads parallel to the wheat fields and fruit gardens. When darkness enveloped the entire land, specks of warm light lit up one after another, inside and outside the city. They were like resplendent gems that dotted the velvet night sky. "It's really beautiful," Klein admired for a moment until all the lights from each family were reflected in his eyes. He turned around in silence and walked down the mountain path. Accompanied by the dark trees, he returned to the foot of the mountain, before walking for some distance until he hired a carriage along the periphery of the port city. The carriage stably proceeded forward as the dim yellow halos from the iron-black, elegant street lamps silently illuminated the ground, receding backwards into the distance. After some time, Klein returned to his inn. He took out his key and opened his door. There was a bed, a desk, and a chair in the room, silently sitting there in the rich darkness. They silently reflected some of the crimson luster. Klein closed the door very gently and walked to the window. He stood in the shadows created by the curtains and remained motionless for quite some time. The lights outside were still bright. Early the next morning, Klein turned on the tap and patted his face with ice-cold water, rejuvenating his entire body. He had already thought of a way to engage in true acting. It was still the hospital where death could occur at any moment. In the past, Klein had only circled the area without much focus. Loitering around had made it hard for him to find any suitable targets. This time, he planned on using some time of volunteer work to stay in the hospital for prolonged periods of time. He could provide hospice to the dying patients who temporarily didn't have their family beside them. By doing so, he could await the targets he needed. After having breakfast, Klein arrived at 10 Black Forest Street and entered the Oravi Hospice Foundation. This was a charity organization of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. One of its responsibilities was to provide the various hospitals with trained volunteers. Klein came to the registration booth and saw the female employee reading the papers. Hence, he lightly tapped the table to attract her attention. "Is there something I can help you with?" The lady lowered the papers and asked. "I wish to do some volunteer work," Klein said succinctly. "Name?" The lady looked up at him. Suddenly, her eyes froze as her right hand trembled. The fountain pen she had just picked up fell to the ground. In the papers in front of her was a portrait that looked almost realistic. The portrait's owner was that of the crazy and dangerous adventurer, German Sparrow. Chapter 6, 119, Unable to Speak, Oravi Hospice Foundation. The lady responsible for volunteer registration hurriedly bent her back as she frantically searched for the fountain pen, which had dropped. At this moment, Klein also noticed that she was reading a news report paper from a few days ago. It was back when his portrait and escapades were published. This area subscribes to newspapers from the Rorstead archipelago as well. From the time it takes to sail between the places, it's true that they can only read news from 3 to 4 days ago. If I had known earlier, I would have worn a new face and thought of a fake name before coming. Klein stood in front of the desk as he thought helplessly. The lady in her 30s finally picked up the fountain pen, raised her head, and said with a trembling voice, "You want to do volunteer work?" "Yes," Klein gave an affirmative answer. But you're an adventurer, the mortified lady stammered for an excuse. She instinctively didn't want such an extremely dangerous person to do volunteer work. Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. Forget it. I'll switch my appearance and name before coming again. Klein had the intention of giving up as he questioned her without any emotion. Who made the rules that adventurers can't do volunteer work? The lady responsible for the registration was on the brink of tears as she blurted out, "It wasn't me." The volunteer registration room became abnormally quiet. Klein was first taken aback before he felt like laughing. It took him a great deal of effort to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's image. After the lady calmed down, she sensed that her answer was clearly problematic. She forced a smile and said, "No, I mean this isn't regulated by anyone. My impression of adventurers is that they are very busy. They need to be out at sea and have very little time to do volunteer work." "That's them," Klein answered succinctly. The lady held her palm to her mouth as she revealed a smile. "All right, I'll immediately help you with your registration." As she spoke, she pulled out a form and handed it over. "Please fill it in. We will provide the corresponding training and volunteer jobs according to your requests. We will contact you, or you can always come over to inquire for any updates." She had already made up her mind not to put Gehrman Sparrow's form into the docket. Instead, she would hand it directly to the Foundation's person in charge and the police. "Goddess, why is this dangerous fellow here to do volunteer work?" She secretly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Klein nodded in silence. He took the form and sat down. Picking up a fountain pen, he began filling in his basic information. During this process, a man in a doctor's gown entered and asked, "Joanna, are there any new volunteers? We'll begin the morning training." Joanna, who was in charge of the registration, had the intention to shake her head. However, Gehrman Sparrow, who sat opposite her, gave her an intense sense of pressure, even though he remained silent and didn't raise his head. She didn't dare to lie. "There is," she first replied to the man and then looked at Klein. "Mr. Sparrow, do you wish to receive the basic training for volunteer work now? Or do you wish to wait until tomorrow?" Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Now." He planned on familiarizing himself first, allowing him to show his professionalism at volunteer work after changing his identity. That way he could quickly help out at a hospital. Joanna clearly drew a breath and said, "Then follow Mr. Gravia after you are done filling in the form." "All right," Klein replied calmly. Half an hour later, the calm and polite adventurer who had his madness hidden in him stared at the abnormally dirty toilet in front of him. He held his breath and said, "Scrub it?" "Right, you have already received the basic training on how to carry a patient. However, that isn't the most common task we do at a hospital. We're mainly in charge of cleaning a patient's vomit or changing and washing the linen, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of the washroom. Matters such as bandaging wounds are left to the professionals. We only need you to have the basics grasped." Gravia pinched his nose as he pointed to the stained toilets. "A volunteer has already demonstrated it to you. Please begin." This is very different from what I imagined. Completely different. Klein's first reaction was to turn his back and leave, but he ultimately picked up the cleaning tools with a deadpan expression. He held back his disgust and went over before crouching down. Then he leaned back a little as he extended his right arm. At noon, Klein took off his white gown and wore his top hat before leaving Oravi Hospice Foundation with a cold expression. He had serious second thoughts about continuing the volunteer work to find opportunities for real acting. Only when his carriage arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar did he steel his resolve to continue the attempt. have to become a Nimblewright master in 1350 and digest the potion so as to begin seeking the clues to become a high sequence beyonder, Klein emphasized his goal once again. He retracted his emotions and entered the Sweet Lemon Bar. He spent 8 pence for apple cider, marinated pork ribs, and a piece of buttered bread. Together with a cup of rye beer costing 1.5 pence, they formed Klein's lunch. He finished eating in an unhurried fashion before using a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He said to the bartender, "Where's your boss? I have something to talk to him about." Since he had already verbally agreed to join the Adventurer Association, Klein naturally didn't plan on missing the opportunity to use this loose alliance. He planned to ask Bilt Brando to contact unaffiliated artisans or artisans who were willing to moonlight. He wanted an artisan to create an item like Azek's copper whistle, so he didn't need to set up a ritual and chant the incantations every time he summoned his messenger. It was complicated, troublesome, and a waste of time. Of course, if Bilt Brando didn't know an artisan, Klein didn't plan on forcing the matter. After all, joining the Adventurer Association didn't require him to pay. The bartender pointed to the staircase and said, "He's on the 2nd floor. If you've already agreed to join his association and have seen those bodyguards, then they'll let you up." Klein nodded indiscernibly and slowly got up before walking towards the staircase. Indeed, no guard stopped him. Only when he reached the 2nd floor did a bodyguard approach him to inquire about his purpose. Thanks to his reputation as Gehrman's Sparrow, he easily met Bilt Brando again. He also saw an unfamiliar man beside him. "My friend, Sothoth Yan, an important member of the association." Bilt pointed to the man in a red headscarf. At the same time, he exchanged looks with the man and saw the seriousness and puzzlement in each other's eyes. After a simple greeting, Klein got a chair to sit on. He directly said, "I wish to obtain the help of an artisan. I wonder if the association is able to provide any clues." Artisan. Bilt sucked at his cigar and paused for a few seconds. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "I do know an artisan, but he's unwilling to meet strangers. This will bring him grave danger. If you have any requests, then I can be the middleman. I believe I have the required reputation to do so." To most churches, mid and low sequence beyonders without any evil intentions could be ignored at times. However, artisans needed to be dealt with indiscriminately. Otherwise, the mystical items they created could flood the markets, bringing about extreme unrest to human society. From the looks of it, the Adventurer Association, which Bilt organized, isn't just wasting money. At the very least, it has amassed quite a lot of resources and information channels. Klein took out the Murloc bladder, which he had long prepared. Besides, "I wish to make this into a ring, mainly to provide one with underwater mobility." He temporarily didn't mention the messenger, planning to test the artisan's ability and Bilt's reputation. If the messenger summoning incantation became widely known, it would create quite a bit of trouble. A sequence 9. Beyonder characteristic isn't expensive. Even if Bilt succumbs to greed and usurps the created mystical item, it doesn't matter. After all, I have a bunch of charms from the Sea God domain. Furthermore, it's not like I can't find him to settle the debt. This is better. For him to be able to organize an adventurer association, he definitely has plenty of money and ingredients. As Klein's thoughts reeled, he couldn't help but size up Bilt. In that instant, Bilt shuddered for some baffling reason. All the hair on his back stood up. He felt as though Gehrman Sparrow's eyes looked like he had seen a treasure trove. As treasure, this wasn't a good experience at all. Bilt glanced at Sothoth and forced a smile. "This is a Murloc's bladder, right?" Making a material at this level into a mystical item basically wouldn't have any accidents. The artisan's fee is 150 pounds. You can pay me after it's crafted. A very fair price. Klein nodded silently as he threw the murloc bladder over. After Bilt caught it, he added, "Help me ask the artisan if he has the ability to fix the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature onto an item which can be used for at least a year." "No problem." Bilt heaved a sigh of relief before signaling to Sothoth with his eyes. Sothoth rubbed his depressed eye socket and took a step forward. "Mr. Gehrman, would you be interested in heading out to sea soon? We already have a few pretty good ships. They're planning on hiring manpower to the Eastern Front to hunt pirates." "Interesting. But my focus right now is to digest my potion." Klein calmly shook his head. Sothoth's smile froze before vanishing. He didn't say anything further, as it was a rejection from an adventurer at the pirate admiral level. He and Bilt had already found the relevant newspapers and confirmed the authenticity of Gehrman Sparrow. Klein slowly stood up and pressed his top hat to his chest before bowing slightly. "Thank you for your help." Bilt's facial muscle twitched a little, as though he was holding back something. He had something to say, but he wasn't able to say it out loud. Finally, he slowly drew in a breath and smiled. "I believe we should hope for a pleasant partnership." Klein sensed Bilt's and Sothoth's abnormality, but he suppressed his puzzlement and didn't ask. "I can't ask. There will be trouble once I ask. I have to focus on digesting the potion." Klein turned around and walked to the door before turning the doorknob. "Mr. Gehrman," Bilt suddenly said. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly looked back. "Nothing. Haha. I mean, as a member of the association, you can have cheaper drinks over here," Bilt said with a forced smile. "Do you think I would have pressed on the matter?" "Tsk." Klein gently nodded and opened the door to leave. After watching his back vanish, Bilt stared in a daze for 2 seconds before letting out a long sigh. Chapter 6, 120, Stand-In Mission. Inside the room, Sothoth pressed down on the edges of his eyes when he heard Bilt's sigh. He said in a deep voice, "Boss, that important figure will arrive the day after tomorrow." Bilt's expression turned serious as he looked back. "I know. We only have 2 choices. First, we ignore whether Gehrman Sparrow is worth trusting, and we entrust him with the mission. We can only hope for the best outcome. Second, we immediately abandon our business in Oravi, leaving with our cash and jewelry to become pirates at sea. I have the confidence to make most sailors and adventurers on the Pirate Hunter follow us." Sothoth paused before adding, "Boss, back when you were an adventurer, leading our ship and hunting pirates, you were always this decisive and tenacious. I believe you have already made your decision. There's no need for me to do anything else." "Haha, there's no need to suck up to me." Bilt smiled bitterly. "I'm no longer the fearless pirate hunter who didn't fear blood or gunfire from before. Long periods of an easy and comfortable life have dulled my will. I don't even wish to seek out chances to advance. Those companions who had turned into monsters still live on in my mind." "Whew," he exhaled as his expression instantly turned solemn. "However, you're right. We don't have time to hesitate. We have to immediately make a decision." Having said that, Bilt turned his head and gestured at the window with his chin. Sothoth was taken aback for a moment before understanding what his boss meant. After leaving the Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein strolled by the side of the street, planning to hire a carriage at the crossroads. At this moment, he heard a window open above him and saw a figure jump down. perhaps after experiencing the terrifying incidents involving the Antigonus family's notebook and Banzi Harbor's strange telegraph office. Klein's first reaction was that Bilt Brando was dead. He had suddenly died after his visit and was thrown down from upstairs, falling to the ground with his eyes wide open. This was just like how he saw Ray Bieber's mother dead in a reclining chair back then. The body was highly decomposed, and the eyeball fell to the floor because of the external disturbance. Similar thoughts flashed through his mind as Klein discerned the figure who had fallen from upstairs to be Sothoth Jan, not Bilt Brando. Furthermore, he looked normal and was clearly still alive. Oh no, here comes trouble. Klein's heart skipped a beat, having a more accurate guess. If it were himself, he definitely would have pretended not to see Sothoth Jan jump off the building to intercept him, running before the man could even say a word, and until he shook him off his tail. It would be akin to how Admiral of Stars was being pursued by knowledge. Unfortunately, I'm currently Gehrman Sparrow. A crazy adventurer wouldn't flee because of such trivial matters. Sigh, getting to know myself better is an additional perk. Klein halted and watched as Sothoth firmly landed on the ground. He bowed with his hand placed over his chest. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, we have a very important task to entrust you. Here it comes. Klein calmly replied, I won't be that free lately. This wouldn't waste too much of your time. You can first listen to what it is about before considering to reject or accept it, Sothoth said earnestly. I'm afraid I have no choice but to accept it after hearing it. Actually, it's still all right. If Bilt Brando and Sothoth Jan threaten me to take the mission, I don't mind changing them into gold pounds and beyonder ingredients. Klein thought it through seriously and discovered that he didn't need to have too many reservations out at sea. Having the strength of a pirate admiral basically made him unstoppable in most areas. He took out the pocket watch in his inner pocket and opened it. I'm giving you 5 minutes. All right, that's enough. Sothoth pointed at the entrance to the sweet lemon bar behind Klein. Returning to the room, Klein glanced at the wall clock and said coldly, You still have 3 minutes and 12 seconds. His attitude gave Bilt a baffling sense of ease. He began to believe that Gehrman Sparrow definitely had the capabilities to complete the mission. Mr. Gehrman, I heard that you can transform into anyone, just like how Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos was formerly capable of doing so, Bilt hurriedly asked. Who revealed this matter? Klein pricked up his brows as his gaze towards Bilt turned gloomy. If news of Gehrman Sparrow being able to transform into anyone spread, it was quite troublesome for Klein. This was because this made others either think of creeping hunger, making them think of Chilangos' death, or they would think that he was a beyonder who had certain secrets and was suspected to be a faceless. The former would attract the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order, while the latter would attract the attention of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, who would send personnel to investigate. Of course, the Church of the Evernite Goddess wasn't a powerful force at sea, so Klein didn't need to worry too much about it. He just didn't wish to be in conflict with the Nighthawks. If that happened, he had no choice but to abandon his identity as Gehrman Sparrow. This was at the critical point where more and more people knew of the crazy and powerful adventurer who had a soft heart while he was being acknowledged and gaining feedback. Bilt sensed the change in Gehrman Sparrow's gaze as he tensed up. He chuckled and said, This was news released from the Black Death. Tracy, she's trying to seek revenge on me by doing so. One day I'll successfully hunt her. Klein nodded slightly and said, You can think of it as real. He didn't explain how he received his powers of shape-shifting, as this didn't match Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Bilt heaved a sigh of relief and said after 2 seconds of silence, We're helping an important figure to search for a stand-in. Under Gairman Sparrow's ambiguous gaze, he explained in detail. That important figure needs to independently deal with a secret matter that he doesn't want others to know of. Therefore, he needs a stand-in to represent him in dealing with his daily affairs. He would meet different guests and socialize with his mistress without revealing a problem. He will take 3 to 5 days to return. We had already found someone who looked like him, spending a great deal of time to correct his posture and accent, and we had informed the good news to the important figure. Who knew that the tramp would overeat and suddenly die last night? That important figure is about to begin his operation. We do not have the time to look for another person who looks like him, so we can only seek your help. Isn't this the true acting opportunity I've been looking for? Klein was moved. However, he sharply noticed one point. To be addressed as an important figure by Bilt, leader of the Adventurer Association, it definitely meant that the person was an important figure. Matters that happened around an important figure were often not simple. It contained quite a considerable risk. Klein thought for a moment before asking in a deep tone, "Do you think that this matter will be dangerous?" "No. As long as you aren't exposed, there shouldn't be any danger. You need to represent the important figure and appear at social conventions. Heh, no one would dare assassinate him. Yes, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that this important figure would silence everyone who knows about this matter after it's done. Don't worry, the pirates have fabricated plenty of vicious rumors about him. So even if this matter succeeds, no one will believe it, even if you divulge this in the future. It will only be treated as a joke," Bilt said with a smile as he spread his hands. Klein no longer bothered with the topic and switched to asking, "What kind of payment are you offering?" £1,000 and 3 chances to get the artisan to make something for you. Heh, I'll pay for all expenses apart from the materials. Bilt made an offer which he believed Gairman Sparrow wasn't unable to resist, based on what had been previously entrusted to him. It's not bad. Besides, it gives me a chance to do true acting. Klein took a look at the wall clock and said, "I'll return and consider. I'll give you the answer in the evening." Regardless, he had to head above the gray fog to divine the level of danger. Considering how Bilt and Sothoth were Sequence 7 or even Sequence 6 Beyonders, Klein didn't directly request to head to the washroom in front of them to prevent them from sensing a problem. As the important figure's identity hadn't been revealed, Bilt wasn't too worried. He nodded. "All right. I hope for a pleasant partnership." William Street. A stout man from Facesack, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was searching for clues. Suddenly, he felt his spiritual perception trigger as he looked up. Cool light, which resembled the morning sun's rays, surfaced around his body, illuminating the surrounding houses and street lamps as though they were illusions. At the same time, sparks soared on the street as all kinds of supernatural phenomena appeared. Indeed, the Sauron family has sent people over. The man from Facesack, who had his suspicions, cast his gaze straight down the street. He saw nighthawks wearing red or black gloves, as black gun barrels covered with complicated patterns extended out of the rooftops. They were aimed at him while the surrounding passers-by didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He also saw the Church of Steam and Machineries, Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, Horamic, and the Church of the Ebonite Goddesses, Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony. Immediately following that, he caught sight of members of the Sauron family raising their hands above their heads through the corner of his eye. The powerful Facesack spies also did the same thing. They had decisively chosen to surrender. Resistance only spelled certain death. There was still a chance of being repatriated by surrendering. At 6:30 that evening, Klein once again came to the Sweet Lemon Bar, where he met Bilt and Sweet Lemon Bar. He expressionlessly said, "An advance of £500. Then you will need to tell me who I'm supposed to change into. Bilt couldn't hold back his smile as he gestured for Sothoth to collect the funds from the safe, while saying with a deep voice, "He's the kingdom's highest-ranking navy commander of the Central Sonia Sea. His Excellency Admiral Amyrius Revelet, a real demigod." Chapter 6, 121, Governor General's Office Banquet, Admiral Amyrius Revelt, a true demigod. Upon hearing Bilt's reveal, a few words immediately appeared in Klein's mind. "I'm sorry, bye." Garmon Sparrow pricked up his brows slightly as Bilt hurried to explain, "This wouldn't influence the difficulty of the mission. There's no need for anyone to display a demigod's powers throughout the duration of the mission." He cleared his throat and forced a smile. "To make the mission not as difficult, His Excellency has specially arranged for him to inspect the Oravi naval base for a few days. This way, he doesn't need to stay in the Central Sonia Sea's Navy headquarters, the City of Generosity, Byam. As such, he will avoid Sea King Jan Kotman and the Governor-General of the Rorstead Archipelago, George Negan. He would avoid most of the subordinates he's familiar with, and he'll avoid his family who operates the family estate over there. He will also avoid his mistress, who he's most familiar with. That is to say that you wouldn't need to face demigods or the test of the masses. Here there will only be 3 people who are familiar with His Excellency. The first is his secretary, Lieutenant Colonel Luan. He belongs to MI9, and he's in charge of monitoring His Excellency. He likely uses many names, and I'm not sure which is his real name. The second person will be the local mistress His Excellency has here, a beautiful lady by the name of Cynthia. It's said that her ancestor was a noble before his title was stripped, and his family was exiled here. The third person is Oravi's Governor-General, Aston Revelet, the youngest brother of His Excellency. Earl Revelt from the House of Lords is their elder brother. It really doesn't sound too difficult. Besides, my divination results tell me that it's not too dangerous. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding gently. I need the detailed information regarding Amyrius Revelet. We've already prepared everything. This is his photograph. These are the descriptions of any unique traits hidden on his body. These are the unique points of his accent. These are the common words he uses. These are the different reactions and attitudes he has towards different matters. Here is the detailed information regarding his interactions with Luan, Cynthia, and Aston. Bilt was delighted as he produced all the information he received from Admiral Amyrius Revelet. Klein first took the photograph and saw a middle-aged gentleman with black hair and blue eyes. He had a strict and old-fashioned demeanor, and his hair was a lot more voluminous than most Lowen men. "Right." He nodded indiscernibly before looking up. "I know this is a lot of information, but I believe that you can memorize them all in 2 days. You have to be very professional in such matters." Before Bilt finished his sentence, he subconsciously took a step back because the person before him wasn't Garmon Sparrow, but Amyrius Revelet. The strict and arrogant vibes he exuded was no different from the actual person. Holy Lord of Storms, this is almost a miracle. Bilt looked him up and down, and he couldn't help but be amazed. However, you can be another 3 centimeters taller. Your legs can be thicker. But it's fine, there's no rush. His Excellency will arrive the day after tomorrow with the Imperial Navy's 1st Central Sonia Fleet. He would inspect the Oravi naval base in the morning and attend a banquet held at the Governor-General's office. I have an invitation to it, and I can bring you there. You can watch from His Excellency's actions and the way he interacts with different people from the side. As he spoke, he received the 500 pounds that Sothoth had taken out from the safe. He handed it to Klein and said, "I hope for a pleasant partnership." Klein weighed the notes in his hand and studied it with a few glances before saying, I hope for a pleasant partnership. Backlund, William Street. As an inconspicuous member of the Red Gloves, Leonard Mitchell leaned on the outer wall of a house awaiting the preliminary investigation work to end. He had his right leg raised slightly, with only his toes to the ground. It made him look desultory. After a while, he saw his teammate return with a somewhat complex expression. He was excited, puzzled, expectant, and nervous. Thompson, is there a conclusion? Leonard's heart stirred as he leaned over with a smile. Yeah, Thompson nodded and answered frankly. Both sides have spoken the truth. They have no way of lying in their dreams. Thompson, with his thin hair, wore his top hat once again. Their descriptions are uniform. Beneath this street is a ruin belonging to the Fourth Epoch's Tudor dynasty. The entrance is indeed that abandoned chapel. No one knows if there's another entrance for now. Is that so? Leonard didn't delve into the details as he exchanged a few words before moving to the sidelines. Once again, he leaned against the wall. He looked around and suppressed his voice. Old man, this is what you're good at. There's a Tudor family ruin hidden here. An elderly voice rang out in his mind. You're becoming more and more impolite. In our era, disrespect to high-ranking people implies being made into living sacrifices. Also, it's impossible for there to only be one Tudor family ruin in Backlund. Are they lying? Leonard asked softly. The elderly voice chuckled and said, No, they just don't know enough. If my theories are correct, this ruin likely belongs to the Tudor Trunso, its United Empire. What? Leonard was stunned. This was an ancient dynasty he had never heard of before. The slightly aged voice chuckled. What an unknowledgeable kid. After the Solomon Empire was first destroyed, it was replaced by the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. Its double consul ruled all of the northern continent. Double consul? Leonard ruminated over this phrase. The slightly aged voice chuckled and sighed. In the ruins underground, there should be 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. 2 of them look like they belong to the throne of a giant, and, it might be where a listed Tudor became Blood Emperor. Leonard frowned slightly before easing them. He said with a relaxed smile, There must be quite a lot of secrets hidden in there. Of course, but you aren't qualified to know it. The slightly aged voice tisked. Leonard curled his lips indiscernibly and said, What follows next is the exploration of the ruins. The slightly aged voice chuckled before falling silent. A minute later, Leonard saw Archbishop St. Anthony and the Church of Steam's Archbishop Horomic end their conversation as they returned to their own camps. Immediately following that, Horomic ordered all machinery hive mind personnel to leave, leaving the area to the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Nighthawks. What happened? Upon seeing this scene, Leonard was filled with puzzlement. At that moment, all the Nighthawks heard Archbishop St. Anthony's voice. All Red Gloves gather. The other Nighthawks are to leave the Mirror World, find a reason to evacuate all the residents in the area, and promise them compensation for their property. After all the residents evacuate, the Red Gloves and I will destroy this ruin that stems from an evil era. Entry is forbidden. It will be directly destroyed. May the goddess bless us all. Leonard never expected such a development. 7:30 in the evening at the Oravi Governor General's office. Klein changed into Southolth's appearance. He wore a black tailcoat and a bow tie of the same color. He followed Bilt into the banquet's hall. The temperature inside was like that of spring. A gigantic chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the shimmering candlelight illuminated the grounds like it was daytime. In the corner on the right, there were musicians dressed in vests and bow ties playing a brisk tune. On the left were long tables. On top were roasted chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, Backlund-styled roasted goose, Odora lobsters with butter and cheese, and other delicacies. Despite the distance, Klein could still catch a whiff of the fragrance wafting over. He planned on getting a plate and filling it with food. At this moment, Bilt tugged at his collar in a reserved manner. He leaned his head over and suppressed his voice. Remember the etiquette as required by such banquets. Our current goal is to observe His Excellency's actions, so just taking a cup of wine would do. There's misty champagne here, Ormir grape wine, and Southville red wine, all famous alcohols that are seldom seen outside. You can drink some, but not a lot. We have to maintain sufficient sobriety. Yes, try to just go through the motions when drinking. Klein retracted his gaze and nodded. The two of them took a cup of golden champagne, whose minute bubbles were like mist, from a red-vested waiter who passed by them. Then they moved towards the banquet's highlight, where Amyrius Revelt stood wearing his dark blue Navy Admiral's uniform. With their standing, they naturally had no way of approaching the Admiral. All they could do was observe his every action from a slight distance. Amyrius's figure is normal. It doesn't look that fit. The corners of his mouth droops a little, indicating his actual age. He doesn't have a beard. His blue eyes seem to hide an authority that one cannot reject or defend against. His dark blue Admiral uniform is starched well. There's a red lanyard at his shoulder which joins to his chest, where there are all sorts of medals. His sleeves have golden cufflinks, accentuating his epaulets of the same color. His epaulets are split into 3 parts. From inside out there's an embedded crown with rubies, the crossed scepter and sword, 4 stars made of diamonds. Klein began scrutinizing and used his faceless powers to memorize all the detailed characteristics of the Navy Admiral, as well as the attitude he used when talking to different people. During this process, he only took a sip of the misty champagne and didn't take note of its taste. After he had mostly gathered all the information, Klein exhaled and allowed his mind to rest. Sure, the great drain on his mind made him hungry. Hence, he placed the wine cup on the tray of a red-vested waiter, and he planned to get some food from the long table. At this moment, Bilt leaned over and said, "His Excellency has given me the signal. We will be meeting him at an agreed location." Klein retracted his gaze from the roasted chicken and swept a cold glance at Bilt. Bilt shuddered as he hurriedly turned around, leading Garamond Sparrow from the floor-to-ceiling window and into the garden. After walking for nearly a minute in the secluded path, he paused and pointed at Klein's face. "You can change into His Excellency's appearance. Just pretend that you're that tramp who looks like him." Klein nodded gently and extended his palm to wipe his face. He did so to conceal the disgusting tendrils and granules that might appear on his face while changing his appearance. By the time he lowered his palm, Bilt saw a middle-aged gentleman who looked somewhat like Amyrius Revelet. Very good. Bilt took a few steps forward and came to the entrance of a sundries room. He extended his hand and pushed open the unlocked door. Amyrius Revelet was still wearing the eye-catching Admiral's uniform. His body was standing sideways to the door as he observed the garden outside by the window. At this moment he turned his head and cast his gaze onto the person who resembled him. The indescribable pressure and might made Klein involuntarily lower his head. Amyrius Revelet's gaze didn't stop there as it slowly moved to Bilt. He said without any tinge of emotion, "This isn't the tramp you mentioned before." He's a Beyonder. Chapter 622. Temporary Contract. Upon hearing Amyrius Revelit's descriptive words which weren't a question, Bilt's forehead instantly broke out into a cold sweat. He turned agape, hoping to explain himself, but finally he plopped to his knees and said under the indescribable pressure, "Admiral, Your Excellency, the tramp from before suddenly died of an illness. I had no choice but to find an adventurer who can shapeshift." At this moment in time, Klein wasn't too nervous. This was because Amyrius Revelt had already noticed him during the banquet. There was no reason for him to only recognize him as a Beyonder only now. For him to agree to their meeting and not directly avoid the risk meant that he didn't mind who Bilt had hired. Not worried at all. This is the confidence of a demigod. Otherwise, his Beyonder pathway is able to avert disaster ahead of time. Klein raised his head with great difficulty as he cast his gaze towards the Navy Admiral beside him. "Quite strong," Amyrius Revelit commented, without an expression. He continued looking at the genuflecting Bilt and said, "Do not try to use your under-the-table smarts in front of me. An ordinary person and a Beyonder in this world are different, and I'm a follower of order, making me be able to be certain of this. Of course, it's identical to what's written in the information. This Admiral is inclined to expounding on certain things. I have to remember this point. This is a completely different style from me and Gehrman Sparrow." Klein retracted his gaze in thought as he cast it to the ground, as if he was unable to withstand the pressure. Amyrius Revelit took one step forward. "Lying is the first mistake you committed. Not being cautious is the second. A tramp you spent a great deal of effort on to groom has suddenly died, and all of a sudden, an adventurer who can shapeshift appears in front of you. Don't you find it a coincidence?" "Yes, it's quite coincidental." Klein nearly said the same thing. If not for his confirmation above the gray fog, he would have suspected if he was being set up by a legendary creature or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Bilt's pupils constricted as he snapped to his senses. He discovered that due to his horror and fear, all he thought about was to grasp at the final life-saving straw. He had lost the caution brought about from his experience, having not considered whether Gehrman Sparrow's appearance was a coincidence or not. The tramp had suddenly died on the day he arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar. The more Bilt thought about it, the more he felt as though he had fallen for some intricately planned trap. As Amyrius Revelt watched Bilt's expression change with enlightenment and regret, he nodded gently and said, "My father, the deceased Earl Revelt, once taught me this. He said to pardon the first mistake of a subordinate. Bilt, you should be thankful for his benevolence." Bilt's tense mood eased instantly as he felt extremely moved. He thought Amyrius Revelit, who was closer to a god than man, would execute him on the spot, so as to warn all the adventurers who were under him. Who knew that he would choose to pardon him? "Your Excellency, I... Bilt was momentarily unable to form a sentence. Amyrius maintained his stern expression and said in a deep voice, "There's a second half of the saying, that is, punish them for their second mistake. Bilt, do you know what you should do in the future?" The genuflecting Bilt immediately straightened his back and pressed his right fist to his left chest. "I'll be utmost loyal to you, Your Excellency." Amyrius nodded and turned to Klein. "What's your name?" "That depends on which identity you're asking about." Klein lampooned inwardly and calmly replied, "Gehrman Sparrow." Amyrius Revelit suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds as the atmosphere in the sundry rooms seemed to freeze. Just as Klein couldn't help but feel uneasy, Amyrius finally said, "So it's you." "Your Excellency, you sound as though you know me. I'm just an ordinary military informant. I only exchanged some bounty through you. I haven't even made any reimbursement claims," Klein silently mumbled as he felt less and less confident. Amyrius nodded and said to Bilt and Klein, "The plan will proceed as per normal. However, we need to sign a contract." "A contract?" Klein resisted the pressure with great difficulty as he raised his head to look at Amyrius. Amyrius didn't provide a further explanation. He lifted up the paper and pen he had long prepared from the windowsill and wrote something on it. Every time he made contact with his pen, a golden glow would emit. The solemnity and holiness made it seem like he was penning a law. Klein narrowed his eyes slowly as his vision turned blurry. He couldn't help but lower his head again. After an unknown period of time, Amyrius stopped writing and picked up a piece of paper. He said to Klein, "Sign your name at the end. If the conditions aren't satisfactory, you can choose not to sign." "Do you think I have or lack the guts to sign it?" Klein lampooned as he watched Bilt stand up. He received the pen and paper and handed it to Klein. The conditions on the piece of paper were few and simple. Most of them restricted Guermont Sparrow's actions when acting as Amyrius Revelat. It included, but wasn't limited to, voluntarily exposing any problems, not using his identity to engage in acts which were adversarial to Amyrius, as well as not make any intimate contact with Miss Cynthia, etc. I thought such important figures wouldn't care about the chastity of their mistresses. This admiral is indeed an old-fashioned man. However, I'm not such a person either. Klein hid his curiosity and asked as though it was an academic question. "What if Miss Cynthia chooses to make intimate contact with me?" In between the lines, he was saying that being too distant or resistant made it easier for Cynthia to notice a problem. He was asking how he should balance the act. "It's fine," Amyrius said without any expression. "During the contract's validity, you will not have any desire or lack the ability to do it when facing her." "You can do that?" "This contract is rather powerful. Apart from a contract with spirit world creatures, this is the first time I'm seeing other contracts. Furthermore, the former use the power of the underworld. This contract is only between two parties. Is this a demigod beyond the power of Admiral Amyrius? The Arbiter Pathway?" Klein shot a glance at the dates and discovered that it lasted 5 days. Is he confident that he will return within 5 days, or is his level only capable of implementing a contract for 5 days? Klein read the conditions once again before taking the fountain pen and wrote the name, German Sparrow. With the final character written, he saw the words on the piece of paper emit a golden glow as they condensed into a resplendent luster. Amidst the resplendent luster, the piece of paper rapidly dissipated and vanished, as though it had fused with the world's rules. An invisible and faint gray fog gently rippled around him as Klein clearly sensed layers of indescribable restrictions placed on him. These restrictions quickly melted into his body, temporarily becoming one with his spirit body and physical flesh. The gray fog can block out bad and good luck from external sources to a certain extent, but it's unable to screen a contract I signed. That's right. If it can screen it, the contract with the messenger wouldn't have been valid. Klein gazed at Amyrius Revelat once again in enlightenment. The Admiral had already converged his might as he produced a dark gold charm in his palm. On it were the symbols and magical labels representing the Sword of Judgment. Its entire body was converged and somber, giving one the feeling that it was part of a codex. This is a high-level charm using my blood, a 4th Epoch ancient codex, and the royal family's Grade 0 sealed artifact. Amyrius said calmly. Its name is Ninth Law. When it's injected with minute amounts of spirituality, it can produce a might that's similar to mine. This can be done even by ordinary people. Without it, you'll find it very difficult to pretend to be me. Indeed, the might I show in a disguised state is only superficial. It's fine fooling others usually, but once there's a need to shock and awe any subordinate, that would be useless. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Amyrius continued, with your present strength, you should be able to withstand its usage. Through it, you can indicate a necessary restriction on the target, making them be in an extremely disadvantageous state. This way, even if a demigod were to sound you out, you'll be able to scare him away. If no mishaps happen at the end of everything, and if you had no need to use it, then it will be yours to keep. It can be used for a year. Klein was first taken aback before he felt a strong sense of delight. He finally had another high-level charm, ever since that time he used up the one which was created with the mutated sun's sacred emblem. Although such an item had a time limitation and was single-use, a pro was that it didn't have any negative side effects. Of course, the stringent requirements that were needed to create one made them very rare in number. As expected of a demigod, he's a lot more generous than built. Bribing a tramp and an adventurer at the pirate admiral level are different in cost. As Klein thought in happiness, he silently extended his palm and received the high-level charm named Ninth Law. Then he saw Amyrius remove his belt. After a brief silence, Klein kept his embarrassment in control as he took off his clothes without an expression on his face. Soon he had switched clothes with Amyrius and had donned the dark blue starched admiral's uniform. After watching Amyrius and Bilt walk off through a secluded path in the garden, Klein calmly adjusted his buttons and turned to look at the glass window. Under the dark night and the crimson moonlight, the glass window was like a mirror. It vaguely reflected Klein's present looks. He had black hair, which was neatly combed back, blue and profound eyes, slightly drooping cheeks, a beardless face, and an old-fashioned and stern demeanor, all while dressed in a dark blue attire with a lanyard, medals, and epaulets. Klein twitched the corners of his mouth as he silently said to himself, "From this moment forth, I'm a Navy Admiral." Chapter 623, First Night. As he touched the Ninth Law charm in his pocket, Klein adjusted his height and details regarding his appearance, making him look identical to Amyrius Revealet. He walked out from the sundry room by using another door and walked down a silent corridor, back into the Governor-General's office. On the way, waiters and maidservants would occasionally pass by him, but no one dared to look straight at him. Just catching sight of his admiral uniform would have them scurrying to the sides as they bowed with their heads lowered. Any person of the same height could probably find his way into the banquet hall when donning these clothes. I have to say, acting as an important figure can be easier than acting like an ordinary person. Klein continued looking straight as he maintained his somber attitude. He walked towards a path paved with black brick in an unhurried fashion. He soon heard beautiful and melodic music as elegant wall lamps were burning with gas, illuminating the dark environment. Just as Klein approached a break room, he saw a room open. A middle-aged man had been waiting there as he walked over. The man had black hair and blue eyes. His facial features somewhat resemble Amyrius, but his forehead was higher and his eye bags were puffy. The corners of his mouth didn't droop. He was none other than Amyrius Revelt's youngest brother, Aston Revelt. This gentleman had once served in the Navy, and he had been promoted to colonel after rendering meritorious services in the southern continent's colonies. Later, he got sick of his military career, and together with political balance, he agreed to a switch in career and became the Governor-General. In the 5 to 6 years he was in Oravi, due to the importance placed on the island's location and resources, he pushed for the Revelt family to mass-purchase farmland and estates, allowing him to own plenty of property. This wasn't completely obtained through his powers either. Aston and the Revelt family had paid a sufficient price, and they even took loans with the bank. It wasn't like the Balam East Coast, where land belonging to the Feysak people were forcefully bought at extremely low prices. Of course, if he wasn't Governor General, then Oravi and his elder brother wouldn't be the highest commander of the Central Sonia Sea's Navy, and the Revelt family wouldn't have so easily convinced their targets to sell such excellent farmland and estates. Here comes the test. Klein calmly approached and stopped in front of Aston Revelt. Aston looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Have you decided on that matter?" "What matter?" Klein first felt blank before he recalled an introduction in the information he received. If Aston requests for a private chat or asks for an answer to a certain matter, tell him that an answer will be given to him when departing from Oravi. Admiral Amyrius really anticipated this. I just need to watch my attitude and tone. Yes, I also need to use the unique terms and pronunciations used by Loan aristocrats. Klein gently nodded and sternly said, "Wait a few more days. The answer will be given to you when departing from Oravi." Aston didn't raise any doubts as he chuckled. "You seem to be waiting for something to give you the strength to decide. That matter that Admiral Amyrius has to do himself?" Klein's heart stirred as he familiarly used the tone of high-level personnel. "Keep your conjectures to yourself." With that said, he took a step forward and walked towards the banquet hall. Aston Revelt focused on his elder brother's back, his expression gradually turning cold. He then shook his head slightly. After entering the banquet hall, Klein surveyed the area and walked towards the long table with food on it. From time to time, he would stop to exchange pleasantries with people who came near him. During this process, he realized that he didn't need to understand the topics raised in any conversation. All he needed to do was nod occasionally, allowing the conversation to harmoniously progress until its end. Indeed, the status of an important figure makes certain aspects of acting easy, but correspondingly, there are certain matters that can be difficult. Klein tore through one obstacle after another before finally arriving at the long table. He casually picked up a plate and told himself that Admiral Amyrius liked fish, beef, and lobster, while disliking chicken and goose. Therefore, he avoided food like the roasted chicken and Backlund-styled roasted goose. He picked up some beef, fried dragon bone fish, and Odora lobster with butter and cheese. As the metallic containers had their bottoms lined with asbestos, with red-hot charcoal burning under it, or steaming hot water, all of the food maintained an appropriate temperature. Klein nearly broke down, destroying his persona when he took the first bite. He tried his best to maintain Admiral Amyrius's image as he held his plate and chatted with the port city's member of parliament, navy suppliers, etc. He seriously listened to what they had to say, stuffing food into his mouth from time to time. He noticed that a young man in a tailcoat kept following behind him. He had neat, blonde hair that he combed backward. He had a receding hairline with light blue eyes. He looked handsome and gentlemanly. Identical to the picture. Amyrius's secretary, Luan. Klein controlled himself and didn't size him up. He wanted to fill his stomach before the end of the banquet. Once out of the Governor General's office, Klein boarded the carriage, which was guarded by bodyguards. He sat beside the wine cabinet. The blonde secretary, Luan, followed him in. As his leather boots stepped onto the thick, soft carpet, he silently inched towards a spot opposite Klein. He sat there, but he only occupied a third of the seat. The carriage began moving as Luan took out a stack of documents from the black briefcase he carried. Your Excellency, this is the Oravi Naval Base's ledger for the year 1349. Klein extended his hand over and casually browsed through a few pages. What? £1 for a roll of toilet paper? The naval base's bathroom was renovated 20 times a year. Klein did some simple math and discovered all sorts of ridiculous line items. Isn't accounting such as this way too simple and obvious? I can even give them classes and specially teach them how to make claims. Klein seriously considered the attitude he should show. From his point of view, the greatest difficulty in disguising as Amyrius was to fool Luan. This wasn't to say that Governor General Aston and Miss Cynthia weren't as familiar with Admiral Amyrius as his secretary. It was just that, as his younger brother, Aston might help his brother conceal the matter if he discovered something amiss after being given a hint. Similarly, as his mistress, Cynthia would be inclined to help conceal the matter for the Admiral as his dependent. Of course, the possibility that Cynthia was a spy couldn't be eliminated. There was still the matter of there being a chance of being used by a spy, but nothing could be as dangerous as Luan, whose duty was to monitor the Admiral. I can't expose any problems. What kind of attitude would Admiral Amyrius have when faced with such a report? Go into a rage or pretend to be in a rage? No, the Oravi Naval Base personnel wouldn't be that daring to hand over a clearly problematic report as though he were blind. They must have a certain level of confidence and a tacit understanding between them. As the information didn't mention this, Klein could only make a judgment based on his experience. Furthermore, he could confirm that either the Oravi Naval Base's report was beyond Admiral Amyrius's expectations, or was determined to be of little importance. Just based on the schedule, it was something that could easily be dealt with. Regardless of the possibilities, I have to use the attitude that a person of high standing will usually employ. That is, to not indicate my stance. Klein closed the documents and handed it back to the blonde secretary, Luan. He said expressionlessly, "Put it on my desk." In between the lines, this sentence meant, "I'll look through it carefully." To others, it would mean something different based on their standpoints. If the Oravi Naval Base had done it without warning, this meant that the Admiral was somewhat dissatisfied and was awaiting an explanation. And if the two had reached a tacit mutual understanding on the matter, it meant that Admiral Amyrius wished to obtain more favorable benefits in the matter. As for whether it would offend anyone, Klein didn't care. After all, he wouldn't be Amyrius Revelet in a few days' time. He believed that a true demigod had the means to repress the anger of his subordinates. In addition, he was grateful that Amyrius wasn't a demigod of the Church of Storms. Otherwise, he had to consider whether to nod his head and pass the report, or throw the document back in anger while throwing a few people in passing into the sea to feed the fishes. "Yes, Your Excellency." The blonde secretary, Luan, didn't change his expression. He stuffed the document back into his black briefcase as though he had long expected such a response. On the way back, Klein leaned into the carriage according to Amyrius Revelt's habits. He half closed his eyes as though he was contemplating certain matters, but in fact, he wasn't thinking of anything. Luan maintained his silence and didn't speak at all. Human-height iron-black street lamps were quickly left behind as the carriage drove close to the naval base before taking a bend into a house with a garden and lawn. Just as Klein walked up the steps, a butler opened the door for him as servants lined the two sides, reverently awaiting his entrance. The living room was decorated in a very classic manner. There were oil paintings of beautiful scenery hung up, limestone statues, simple and elegant vases, etc. A faint but lingering fragrance emanated in the room, one that reached into the heart. Klein, who should have relaxed, ended up tensing up as he saw a beautiful lady walk towards him in a home gown. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her blonde hair cascaded down, and when she cast her blue eyes over, it was as though there was a glow hidden within them. While filled with gentle feminineness, there were still some remnants of her youth. She was none other than Admiral Amyrius' mistress, Cynthia. Klein held back his discomfort and allowed Amyrius' stern face to reveal a smile as he widened his arms. Cynthia threw herself into his arms and tiptoed. With her cheeks by his cheek, she whispered with a smile, "Admiral, I've already heated the water for you in the bathtub." This means she had someone monitor the end of the banquet. Being a mistress isn't something simple either. Admiral Amyrius does like to take hot baths so as to relax his thoughts. In order to ignore how close their cheeks were, Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. As a straight man, he should have felt embarrassed while also being rather glad to be approached by such a beautiful member of the opposite sex. However, the temporary contract made him have zero urges. Hence, all that was left was awkwardness. "Very good," Klein praised her as he gently pushed Cynthia away, having had nowhere to place them. Knowing that the Admiral didn't like to be intimate in front of the servants, Cynthia retreated and led Klein to the second floor. He was brought into the bathroom as he prepared a bathrobe for him. After doing all of this, Cynthia instructed the servants not to come to the second floor unless they heard the bell ring. Then she returned to the bedroom, took off all her clothes, and changed into a nightgown made of silk. Her nightgown revealed plenty of her chest. It was an alluring snow white, and deep in her cleavage was a special necklace pendant. It was like a miniaturized black rhinoceros horn about the length of a finger segment. Cynthia took off the necklace and stuffed it under her pillow. Amidst her blushing and hesitation, she left the bedroom and came outside the bathroom where the Admiral was bathing. Mustering her strength, she pulled at the handle. Creak. Her hand paused. She realized that the bathroom's door had been locked from the inside at some point in time. With a blank look, Cynthia instinctively yanked at it again. Creak. Creak. The bathroom's door didn't budge an inch. Chapter 6. 124. Warning. The bathroom was partitioned inside. The emanating steam covered the entire bathtub. Apart from his head, Klein's entire body was soaked in the hot water. He lay there in such great comfort that he didn't even wish to move his toes. What a beautiful night. If only there was no Cynthia outside. I still have to deal with her later. Klein sighed as he considered what excuse to use to avoid being intimate with her. In accordance with Admiral Amyrius Revelet's traits, he decided to first use work as an excuse. After that would be the excuse of him not feeling well, him losing the ability to have sex, him needing some time to digest any medicine he had just taken, and how he had suddenly realized his true sexual orientation, making him find curly-haired baboons extremely attractive. As for whether this would damage the Admiral's image, Klein didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. As long as he prevented Cynthia from suspecting that he was a fake Amyrius Revelt, he would have perfectly completed his mission. The subsequent explanations for those excuses, and how he finds an excuse to explain his recovery, would all be Admiral Amyrius's problem. What has that got to do with me, Gehrman Sparrow? And what has Gehrman Sparrow's ruined reputation have to do with me? Sherlock Moriarty. Klein stood up in satisfaction as he walked out to the dry partition while dropping wet. He got a bath towel and dried himself. After changing into a hanging bathrobe, Klein inhaled silently as though he had unlocked a major enemy in his quest. He opened the door to the bathroom. Seeing the corridor empty, with only the light from the wall lamps on both sides illuminating the darkness, Klein felt slightly relieved and was no longer as tensed. This is almost the same feeling as challenging a pirate admiral. As he mumbled, he realized a serious problem. He had no idea which of the rooms was the master bedroom or study. Regardless, I have to inform Cynthia. Otherwise, it would make Admiral Amyrius appear strange. Klein recalled the layout of similar houses in an attempt to accurately find the master bedroom. At this moment, the door to the room diagonally across him creaked open. Cynthia, who was draped in a silk nightgown, walked over. Her blonde hair appeared wet and messy as they cascaded down. There were even a few strands of hair fluttering in front of her blue eyes and bright red lips. It hid the glow in her eyes as her lips were somewhat closed. She appeared extremely alluring under the dim environment. The neckline of the silk nightgown was very open, as snow whiteness and a deep cleavage was reflected in Klein's eyes. Klein nearly raised his head to look at the ceiling to avoid the intense stimulation. Calm down, calm down. You are Amyrius Revelt. Besides, you've seen a half-naked demoness before. Compared to an ailment maiden, this lady's charms are clearly insufficient. Wait, why am I thinking about demonesses? Who knows if they were formerly men or women? Klein maintained his gaze as he sized her up and down with a teasing tone. In that instant, he could sense that primal desire, but there was no response from his nether regions. This is the result of the temporary contract. In fact, Admiral Amyrius didn't need to go through the trouble. Even if I have the urge, I'll be able to control myself. What kind of situation haven't I encountered before? Yes, Cynthia is a little different from what the records say. Isn't it said that she became Amyrius's mistress about 1 to 2 years ago? With them not being able to meet each other most of the time, the Admiral has to coax her each time as she hadn't had her pent-up desires fulfilled. Why is she the one taking the initiative today? Does she find her standing as his mistress unstable, or has she been switched? Ever since Klein became a faceless, he felt that everyone was a fake. Cynthia's eyelids were lowered. The courage she had mustered disappeared bit by bit under Amyrius's scrutiny. Her face was tainted with a horrified blush. She was embarrassed, but also felt some pride. Then she heard him calmly instruct, "Help me prepare some coffee and place it in my study. I have many things to deal with tonight. You don't have to wait for me." Cynthia raised her head suddenly, her embarrassed blushing still present. She had momentarily failed to understand what Admiral Amyrius had said. Klein secretly inhaled and went forward to hug her before kissing her gently on the forehead. "I'll spend lots of time with you in a few days." Such a response came from the provided information, but he had slightly changed the terms. To be frank, if not for him having some prior understanding, Klein would have definitely believed that Admiral Amyrius would wear the same stoic face while spending time with his mistress, even when having sex. He looked stern in whatever he said and did. However, this demigod also had his gentle side when it came to his speech. He was just not that great at saying lovey-dovey words. This also made him understand something else. Many people could only be viewed from the surface, and it was impossible to imagine what they were like in private. For a faceless to pull off a true disguise, they had to do meticulous investigations and have ample comprehension of the target. This was just like how a magician never performed unprepared. Cynthia revealed a clear look of disappointment, but she quickly restrained those feelings as she smiled. "All right. Admiral, your nightgown is in the room. A bathrobe isn't suitable for handling matters." This is identical to the information. She's rather considerate and knows how to be understanding. Klein watched as Cynthia turned and entered the room. She pulled at the bell. As for him, he took this opportunity to take off his bathrobe and change into a dark red nightgown with trousers of the same color. Cynthia attentively opened the door to the study and tidied up the slightly messy desk. Later, she waited for the maidservant to finish making the coffee before personally taking it and delivering it by hand. During this process, Klein read the documents and information, acting as though he looked extremely professional. But in fact, he had little idea about the data and designs plans of ironclad warships and sail battleships. He was no different from an illiterate. In this domain, all he knew were carriers, air domination, the main cannon guns, and turrets. When he saw Cynthia silently leave and close the door behind her from the corner of his eye, Klein relaxed completely. He knew that he had finally survived the night. Inside the master bedroom, Cynthia pursed her lips as she took out the necklace under her pillow and tightly clasped the item, resembling a black rhinoceros horn, which was the length of a finger segment. She stood there and silently prayed, "O great mother tree of desire, please make me more alluring, allowing Admiral Amyrius to be even more mesmerized by me, so that he can gain extreme pleasure from me and bear me a child." Inside the quiet study, Klein flipped through the pile of documents placed in front of him. He followed the handling methods according to what the information indicated. He chose the simple ones and signed Amyrius Revelet's name on them. The reason why he could mimic his signature was because Faceless allowed him to remember a target's unique traits, while Clown gave him the precise control needed. The complicated ones he couldn't understand had notes written with the following vibe: "Continue studying the matter." After busying himself until midnight, Klein reached out to cover his mouth and yawned slightly. "This won't do. I need to sleep. I have plenty of challenges tomorrow. I have to maintain sufficient strength and energy." Klein thought for a moment and gave up the idea of returning to the master bedroom. He raised his right hand and pressed down on his half-closed eyes. He pulled them down and moved his eyes to his nose bridge. Following that, Klein opened up 2 slits where Klein's eyes originally were, and used his flesh to produce a pair of fake eyes. After becoming a Faceless, I'm really beginning to resemble a monster. If only I had such a godly technique back in school. He sighed silently. He half-leaned his body as he kept his real eyes closed, while his fake eyes were left open to read the documents. His specialty as a clown allowed him to maintain his balance. He remained motionless like a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly awoke from his dream. He sensed that there was a force attempting to pull him into a deep slumber before infiltrating him. Who is it? I didn't do anything recently. Why would anyone enter my dream? That's not right. I'm now Admiral Amyrius Revelet. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately changed his looks. Even in his dreams he appeared to be that demigod. Meanwhile, he felt his consciousness tightly contract as though it was avoiding something. This is different from an ordinary dream infiltration. I've clearly regained my lucidity, and I can escape by myself and wake up, but I'm unable to leave this dreamscape. Klein found plenty of oddities as he tried a few attempts. He knew very well that he was sleeping, and he could sense and control his body outside the dream. But no matter what he did, he was unable to wake up. Right on the heels of that, he saw a blurry white gas form an indiscernible figure. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly as he tore through the dream with his psyche, allowing his real body to move silently. Then he put his palm into his pocket to touch the 9th law charm. At that moment, the blurry figure calmly said, "Do not participate in the matter regarding Aston. This is a warning." Quite impressive to warn a demigod. What is Aston and the others thinking of doing? Klein thought for a moment and emanated his spirituality, allowing the 9th law charm to produce a deep sense of dominance. Then he imitated it and produced the same feeling in his dream. He said with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Who do you represent?" The blurry figure was taken aback before he said with a laughing sigh, "As expected of law weaver Amyrius, you actually managed to maintain your lucidity in such a situation." "No, no, no. Although Amyrius has a title of law weaver, he's not adept in such matters. You should say, as expected of Lord Fool." Klein lampooned and sternly said, "Answer my question." The blurry figure chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. As a demigod, you should be clear that everything is fated, likewise for the time. Do not resist the fate of an era, which is also the trend of the times. This will only make you a sacrifice of history." Fate of an era, the trend of the times, sacrifice of history. When he heard this, Klein suddenly thought of a term, Twilight Hermit Order. However, Klein didn't say a word, nor did he say those words. This was because Admiral Amyrius would be him for the next few days. Seeing Lawweaver, Amyrius fall into silence, the blurry figure didn't say another word. It turned into an emanating white gas before vanishing from the dream. Chapter 6, 125. Successful First Day. Phew. What exactly are Amyrius and Aston Revelt scheming about? To attract a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order. Unless it can truly change the times and influence the direction of history, this ancient and secretive organization wouldn't even show itself or reveal its identity. Klein stood by the side of a magnificent castle in his dream, thoughtfully watching the spot where the blurry figure had disappeared from. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly snapped awake and was no longer as certain about his theory. The ploy which Admiral Amyrius and his brother are planning might not really influence the trends of the times. Yet, although the Twilight Hermit Order only involves itself in important matters, as a leader of another secret organization, Klein clearly knew that apart from carrying out the organization's own mission and values, it also provided help among members. From Emperor Roselle's diary, I can tell that the Twilight Hermit Order has members from different domains, standings, and sequences, apart from a number of them fervently believing in the original creator as they await the coming of Twilight and the awakening of the true God. The rest are only seeking to benefit themselves. Under such circumstances, as long as the organizer doesn't strictly implement order, there would naturally be missions entrusted between one another. Perhaps the matter Aston Revelt is planning affects a particular member of the Twilight Hermit Order, who was made aware of it ahead of time. He entrusted the matter to another member, and used the excuse of the trend of the times to warn Amyrius Revelt. Working from this logic, the concealed matter is rather interesting. With the level of the Twilight Hermit Order, Lawweaver Amyrius, who's likely only a Sequence 4, isn't too difficult a target to eliminate. I even suspect that they can mobilize up to 3 or more angels in a manner that's far superior to the 7 churches. Then why didn't they take action directly and instead gave an advanced warning? Back in Backland, if an angel were to appear, who knows if some true god would descend upon the land. Therefore, the Twilight Hermit Order had no choice but to use a more roundabout and discreet method to deal with Duke Negan. But this is the Oravi Island. Even high-sequence Beyonders aren't stationed here. The warning is because the Twilight Hermit Order advocates secrecy and doesn't wish to expose itself, so they're trying not to use overly intense methods. Or is it the case that the member who assigned the mission doesn't wish to see Amyrius killed? To him, this admiral is still of use, so he's unwilling to give up on him, even if Amyrius might be involved in something disadvantageous towards him. Then his true identity seems to be confined to certain circles. Klein made a bold assumption, but with no way of verifying it, he could only temporarily put the matter aside and throw it to the back of his mind. It has nothing to do with me since it's the Twilight Hermit Order who's warning Admiral Amyrius. As long as I don't involve myself with anything for the next few days, I should be able to last until the mission is completed. Everything else that develops afterward has nothing to do with me. With my present status, I'm still far from investigating the Twilight Hermit Order. I don't even have the right to probe deeper. Klein kept to his beliefs and turned his sights to his tarot club. Hey, I just discovered a problem. Other secret organizations have their own aims and values at their core while mixing in the aid that members provide each other. As for our tarot club, it's more impressive. There are only missions given to each other without any aims or values. No, there are aims and values among some of the members. For example, my dear Moon believes that this is an organization born to save the world. The fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh before exiting the dreamscape. He rubbed away the fake eyes and moved his real eyes back to their original position in a very fluid motion when he suddenly paused. Yow, that wasn't a simple dream infiltration. Klein frowned slightly as he recalled what had happened. That was because the power had first attempted to pull him into a deep slumber. Back then I had already fallen asleep, so why would he do so? Captain once said that a nightmare can directly see a dream, so it's impossible to commit such a mistake. Therefore, the visitor hadn't used the beyonder powers of a nightmare, but something else. He located me via the spirit world, or after he knew my location, he used the sea of collective subconscious, as described by Ma'am Daly, to directly influence my beyonder powers. Yes, I'm more inclined to the second reason. That's the only thing that can explain why I couldn't escape my dream, despite having regained lucidity. It's recorded in Emperor Rosel's diary that during his participation in the suspected Twilight Hermit Order, his entry into the gathering was based on a realistic dreamscape that encompassed the entire continent. A realistic dreamscape. Klein nodded and chuckled silently with a sigh. Admiral Amyrius definitely didn't expect the Twilight Hermit Order's warning. It's only because he hired me. If it were anyone else, the stand-in would have already been exposed. At Ninth Law Charm was well worth it. City of Silver, inside the spire, in the room belonging to Chief Colin Iliad. Derek Berg, who had been summoned, saw the grizzled, scarred demon hunter once again as he felt uneasy. After he finished his greetings, Colin sized him up and asked, "You've advanced?" "Yes, I'm already a Sequence 7 Solar High Priest." Derek had long registered his advancement, so there was no need to hide the matter. Colin's light blue eyes, which had seen the vicissitudes of time, moved away as he casually asked, "Do you have the subsequent potion formulas?" The past Derek would have directly answered no, but the present him was used to thinking over it before answering. If I say no, my subsequent advancement with the lack of experience to support it will definitely make me suspicious. But if I were to answer yes, Chief might ask me to use it to exchange for items so as to nurture more Sun Pathway Beyonders. This will no doubt prove that I'm lying. As Derek's mind raced, he answered sincerely, no. From his point of view, experience could be forged. Colin nodded, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. In about 2 months, we'll arrange an exploration mission for you. The team will secure the route and ruins we found with the help of Jack before we make a second clearing. I hope you will receive greater rewards then. Yes, Your Excellency. Just as Derek answered, he suddenly recalled Shepherd Lovia. After daybreak, Klein changed into his clothes with the Held of Cynthia, enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, and took the carriage under the escort of the Admiral's bodyguards to the Oravi naval base. In the morning, under the companionship of the rear admirals and colonels, he inspected the conditions of the ships, ordnance stores, the newly built training grounds, and the bathroom, which had been renovated 20 times over the past year. After having lunch at the Navy mess hall, Klein followed the schedule and summoned all officers above the rank of major to take in their reports. During this process, he had a thick black-bound notebook placed in front of him. Inside were some of the questions that Admiral Amyrius had specially prepared for him. In the past few decades, due to the embezzlement of salaries and the harsh conditions sailors suffer, Oravi has had 17 revolts by the lower ranks. After the passing of the Imperial Navy Latest Act, and thanks to your Excellency's guidance, we've already had such deep-seated cultural issues improved. There haven't been any such cases in the past 3 years. A colonel from the Oravi Naval Base stood on the spot and reported the entire situation. He would raise his head from time to look at Admiral Amyrius revelted and discovered that he was listening very seriously while taking notes. The scribbling sounds made none of the officers dare to not be at their best. Similarly, they took note of the important points. The colonel, who received a positive response, unknowingly spoke up louder while reporting. "Oh, how boring." Klein held his fountain pen and had randomly drawn creatures like turtles, cuttlefish, and dragons on his black-bound notebook. As he had never studied sketching before, his drawings were a ghastly sight to see. Later on, he even drew intersecting lines and began playing 5 in a row with himself, a game created by Emperor Roselle. Of course, his rich experience and his conscientiousness of his identity made him raise his head from time to give the reporter a stern look in the eye, while giving a nod of encouragement. As for what the person had said, he didn't pay any attention to it. All he did was occasionally remember a few words. During the briefing, Klein shot a glance at the blonde secretary, Luan, to get him to represent himself, to mention a few points that needed clarification. Everything followed the schedule. Towards the end, Klein flipped the black-bound notebook a few pages forward and used the accent of a Loan aristocrat to recite the report which the secretary had drafted and the admiral had edited. Then, according to the actual situation, he used the common terms Amyrius would use and added a few conjunctions and pet phrases, such as, "There are a few points," and "Let me continue on a few more points." It was already evening by the time the briefing ended. Under Luan's companionship, Klein left the Oravi Naval Base and headed for the residence of a naval supplier where a banquet was held. At the banquet, they casually chatted about the price fluctuations of port goods. As for Klein, he mimicked Admiral Amyrius, and he would mention a dated joke from Bachland from time to time, garnering a warm response from everyone as he was praised for his humor. After successfully acting until the banquet ended, Klein boarded the carriage, feeling exhausted in body and mind. "I have to take note of my speech and actions every minute and second. Engaging in true acting for a day is more tiring than battling a pirate admiral." Klein silently sighed as he closed his eyes halfway, without a change in expression. He knew that the most difficult stage of the day wasn't over. He still had to deal with Cynthia. Inside the villa, Cynthia learned from the attendant who had gone out to make inquiries that Admiral Amyrius was about to return. She quietly returned to her bedroom, took out the tiny black rhinoceros horn pendant, and used a metallic plate to scratch off tiny bits of powder, mixing it into the hot water inside a white porcelain teacup. After repeating the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire 7 times, she waited nearly a minute before lifting the teacup in hope, cleanly downing it. Chapter 6, 126, Amyrius's Decision. Looking at the lights emanating out from the villa in the darkness, Klein spent several seconds mentally preparing himself before alighting the carriage. He followed the 3-layered staircase and came to the door where the Admiral's bodyguards and servants were lined up at the sides before stepping in. Seeing Cynthia wearing conservative home clothes due to the existence of others, Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief as he maintained his stoic expression and slowly walked over. Cynthia's smile became more and more brilliant as she shifted the strands of her hair to the back of her ear, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her neckline didn't have any marks left behind by a necklace. Seeing Secretary Luan and the Admiral's bodyguards head for their own rooms or moving outside the building to take up their patrolling positions, Klein pulled Cynthia into an embrace and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to prepare any hot water. Give me a quiet room. I need to spend the night alone." Cynthia used her eyes to express her puzzlement and blankness. Klein surveyed his surroundings and softly said, "Something unexpected happened. I need to enter an extremely quiet state to recover." As he spoke, he raised his right hand to pull at his collar, revealing a patch of faint-colored fleshy granules. His problematic physical condition with an abnormal reaction was an excuse Admiral Amyrius had prepared for the tramp stand-in, so as to avoid Cynthia's attempts of intimacy without exposing a problem. To make it more convincing, Klein used his faceless powers to provide evidence. Cynthia turned agape as she nearly screamed. Thankfully, she covered her mouth in time and held it in. The moment Cynthia recovered from her shock, she immediately asked nervously, her concern and emotions evident, "Are you fine? Do you need to see a doctor?" "No, this is the price needed for powerful strength. I'll recover given 2 to 3 days of solitude." Klein had already found the excuse needed for the future. "Oh, okay." Cynthia hurriedly helped Klein up to the second floor and led him into the quietest room. As for the master bedroom, she had already lit some scented candles and scattered some faint-smelling extract, so she didn't offer him some. Seeing the door close, Klein slowly exhaled. He changed out of his admiral's uniform and lied down in satisfaction. Not far away in the master bedroom, the worried and disappointed Cynthia was soaking herself in hot water before sleeping. She looked at the ceiling with an unfocused gaze as she couldn't help but recall the exhortations of her parents from a few days ago. They wanted her to charm Admiral Amyrius and hopefully be impregnated with his child. This way, their family would be able to take on more businesses with the Central Sonia Sea's naval fleet. Admiral seems to have many matters hidden in his heart, so much that something abnormal has happened to his body. Cynthia's thoughts wandered as they slowly dispersed. Without her realizing it, she had fallen asleep. During this period, she found her digestive system turning warm as her body felt a little hot. In her dream, she seemed to see a pitch-black sky, which was dotted with resplendent stars. One of them seemed to notice her gaze as it produced a brighter glow. The next morning, the invigorated Klein enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, which was nothing spectacular to speak of. Once again, he was surrounded by the Admiral's bodyguards as he arrived at the Oravi naval base, and was placed in the most luxurious and spacious office. According to Admiral Amyrius's habits, he would spend some alone time every 2 or 3 days to study and master his Beyonder powers to a deeper extent and produce more effective techniques. Therefore, Klein spent most of the day without being disturbed, with him only needing to handle some simple work. Inside the quiet and spacious office, Klein leisurely paced about or flipped through books from the bookshelf. From time to time, he would put his palm into his pockets to touch the 9th Law charm to release some of its powerful might. This was to make Secretary Luan, who was outside, believe that there was nothing wrong with Admiral Amyrius. After some time, Klein felt sleepy and decided to take a short nap. At this moment, he heard knocking at the door. "There's something important?" Klein frowned. Something that made Secretary Luan disturb Admiral Amyrius's focused training was definitely nothing simple. "Come in." Klein converged his emotions and answered with a deep voice. the handsome blond man, Luan, turned the handle and entered. He held a telegram in his hand. He said with a suppressed voice, "Your Excellency, a telegram from Backland. Mr. Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor General. He will temporarily be replaced by the City Council's chairman. It's said that the new Governor General will arrive today. Aston Revelt has been relieved of his post as Governor General. Has their secret been discovered? That's right. The Twilight Hermit Order has already warned me. No, Amyrius. It means that they had long grasped the actual matter. With another member cranking the wheel, the matter will likely go through a series of position changes, putting an end to the matter. A warning was given the previous night, and action was taken today. They must have prepared for quite a while. Yes, that can be seen from the fact that the new Governor General will arrive today." Klein was first alarmed before he felt that the matter was within reason. He mimicked the attitude Admiral Amyrius would have when faced with a major problem by pacing back and forth before saying with a stern expression, "I'm aware." Klein didn't express his views or pass any orders, appearing extremely staid. However, it was because he hadn't decided on a response. We have a saying from the Foodaholic Empire, "Moving is not as good as staying put." I wonder if Roselle had translated this, Klein lampooned as he gave a self-deprecating jest. Luan raised his head and glanced at Admiral Amyrius without saying a word before silently leaving the office. Phew. Klein paced about once again as he considered what Admiral Amyrius would do if he were standing here. This was something important that had happened outside of his expectations. Therefore, Klein could only infer from Amyrius's character, experiences, as well as some of the personal descriptions in the information provided to him. He's a conservative person. Even while he was a mid- and low-sequence beyonder and was on all kinds of different ships, he very rarely took risks. He believes himself to be a Loan aristocrat who values family, children, and emotions. He's a gentleman who's of good bearing and garners the affection of women. Yeah, this point is open to debate. With his standing and status, even a curly-haired baboon would garner the affection of men and women. No, perhaps even more. At the very least, a curly-haired baboon doesn't tell dated jokes. Information ran through Klein's mind as they intertwined to form a multifaceted image of Admiral Amyrius. While in his deep thought, he heard knocking at his door once again. "Come in." Klein instantly tensed up. Luan entered and pointed outside. "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston wishes to meet you." Why is Aston here? He came to Amyrius to seek his protection. Or does he plan on making a desperate struggle? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that he couldn't make a decision for Admiral Amyrius. What would he do? After receiving a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order, he should already realize that the matter has been exposed. The target was long prepared, so with his conservative nature, it can be imagined that his decision would be... However, he greatly values family. He even provided some of Aston Revellet's interesting tidbits. It's not hard to tell that there's the concern and love for his younger brother in this matter. He doesn't like cannabis and tobacco. Drinking is just for socializing purposes. Apart from being a little caught up with beautiful women, there's nothing seriously wrong with him. He greatly values family. Family. Klein's thoughts raced as he fully immersed himself in Amyrius's identity, fully experiencing his hidden feelings for his family and the importance he placed on it. Family. At that instant, he seemed to turn into Amyrius, but he was able to analyze the various problems in a detached manner. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein heard himself using a somewhat unfamiliar tone, saying, "Tell him that I have many matters to deal with. I don't have the time to meet him." Also buy him a ticket back to Baklund. Luon seemed to have expected it as he retracted his gaze and replied, as though everything was normal. Yes, Your Excellency. As he watched Luon leave the office to find Aston Revelate outside, Klein gently sighed like the real Amyrius Revelt. He knew that Amyrius would have made the same choice if he had returned early. This was family, something he valued greatly. With their scheme completely exposed, there was no way Amyrius would have exhausted his last chip on a bet and place his family at risk of destruction. As long as he didn't participate in it, and as long as he's still a demigod, the Revelt family wouldn't suffer any overly serious damage, even if he isn't able to remain as the highest commander of Central Sonia Sea. And to get his secretary to buy his tickets for him made it clear that Amyrius still treated Aston as his brother. It was a warning to others not to harm him before they figured out what was happening. After nearly a minute, Luon returned and said, "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has left." Amyrius greatly values family. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before asking in a deep voice, his back facing his secretary, "Did he say anything?" Luon answered truthfully, "He said that you are indeed a cold person by nature." The corners of Klein's lips curled slightly as he produced an unfeeling smile. This was an instinctive reaction. However, with him completely in character as Amyrius, he believed that the Admiral would have had the same reaction. The feeling and emotions were the same. For the rest of the time, Klein sat in his office and didn't meet anyone, nor did he deal with any official business. All he did was occasionally listen to his secretary report to him about the situation on Oravi Island. Nothing happened until the arrival of the new Governor-General. In the evening, he didn't attend the banquet he was supposed to attend, and he returned to his villa. As he saw Cynthia walk towards him, he hugged her. Then he calmly said, "Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor-General." All his sighs and pain seemed to be condensed into that seemingly emotionless sentence. "I heard about it. It should be fine, right?" Cynthia asked anxiously. Klein closed his eyes and didn't mention it again. All he did was give soft, terse reply. That sentence was the most obvious expression of his emotions as a stern, old-fashioned, and conservative high-ranking man. Chapter 6.